자, 잠깐만.
예쁜 건 모르겠고, 근데 시계 받고 싶네요.
전체 이용가가 아니라고? 한 대 쓰게 받고 싶다고? 어이없네. 박는다고? 오대를 박는다는 거야. 어머, hentai! 무슨 생각을 하시는 거예요? 19세를 걸어야 되는 건가? 19세 게임인가? 근데 심의 등급이 없다네요. 정식 심의가 이루어지진 않았다고 하는데? 정식 심의가 이루어지진 않았대요. 심의 등급을 알아보고 있는데
어딜 받고 싶겠어요. 당연히 꿀밤 시계 받고 싶다는 뜻이겠죠.
저를 왜 때리려고 하시는 거죠? 그냥 심의 등급 걸어야 되는 건가? 이거를 19세를 잡아야 될지 안 잡아야 될지 모르겠어. 어떻게 해야 되지? 19세 걸고 하는 게 낫나? 걸어야 되나? 애매하면 19세야? 오케이. 괜히 안 걸고 했다가 정지 걸리면 어떡해. 오케이 알겠습니다. 그러면 19세 걸게요. 성인들만 볼 수 있는 자, 오늘 할 게임은 슬레이드 프린세스라는 게임입니다. 스팀에서 나온 지 얼마 안 된 게임이고요. 공주를 죽여야만 게임 진행이 되는 그런 게임이라고 하네요. 자, 그럼 한번 시작해보도록 하겠습니다. 렛츠 고! 이 어두운 곳에서 어떤 두려움을 마주하게 되더라도 부디 따뜻한 마음을 가지고 들여다보아주세요. 잘못된 엔딩은 없습니다. 잘못된 선택도 없습니다. 오직 새로운 관점과 새로운 시작만이 존재합니다. 이것은 사랑에 관한 이야기입니다. 사랑에 관한 이야기래요. 슬레이더 프린세스. 나 이거 너무 기대된다. 자, 시작! 챕터 1 공주와 영웅.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
공주가 저기 산다는 건가? 근데 혹시 소리가 너무 큰가요? 설정이 2개 보인다고? 잠깐만.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
내가 공주를 죽여야 된다. 안 죽이면 세상이 멸망한다는데? 선택지가 나와. 뭐야? 내가 이거 선택지를 골라야 되나봐. 멸망? 그게 무슨 소리지? 애초에 공주를 가둬놓았기 때문에 공주가 세상을 끝장내려고 하는 거 아니야? 아무리 그래도 공주를 죽이다니 너무 심하지 않아? 나 말고 다른 사람에게 맡길 순 없는 거야? 됐어, 난 안 할래. 내가 세상이 끝장난다 해도 신경 쓰지 않을 거란 가능성은 생각 안... 뭐죠? 왜 끊기세요? 생각 안 해봤어? 해설자 자막만 있다고? 잠깐만. 잠깐만요. 그리고 채팅이 안 보이네요. 잠깐만요. 채팅 오늘은 이쪽으로 할게요. 저쪽에 선택지가 다 있어가지고. 오늘은 이렇게 하겠습니다. 근데 이거 선택지를 뭘 해야 될지 모르겠어. 선택지 이제 잘 보이시죠? 애초에 공주를 가둬놓았기 때문에 공주가 세상을 끝장내려 하는 거 아니야? 근데 그 왜 공주를 가둬놨지? 공주를 가둬놔서 공주가 세상을 끝장내려 하는 거 아닌가? 공주가 되게 불쌍한데? 그러면? 잠깐만요. 근데 이거 채팅이 이상하네. 원래 채팅이 이렇게 보이면 안 되는데? 잠깐만요. 뭐 하나만 설정하고 갈게. 나는 근데 공주를 가둬놨기 때문에 공주가 세상을 끝장내려 하는 것 같은데?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock.
아니 근데 왜 이럴 시간이 없어?
Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
공주가 갇혀있는 게 공주가 위험해서 가뒀다고? 이게 뭔 소리야? 공주가 어떻게 위험해? 공주는 가녀리고 이쁜 그런 거 아닙니까? 이것도 좀 편협적인 생각이긴 하지. 근데 왜 공주를 가둔 거지? 왜 위험해? 공주가 진짜 뭐 악마나 뭐 몬스터나 그런 건 아니잖아.
And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
그걸 네가 어떻게 하는데? 같은 질문으로 시간을 낭비하기 전에 어떻게 알았지? 나 네가 그걸 어떻게 알고 아는데? 이러고 있었는데?
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
잠깐 채팅 좀 쳐보실래요? 아, 이제 잘 나오네.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
닭이 먼저냐 달걀이 먼저냐. 근데 달걀이 부화하면 모든 게 끝이라고? 저 진짜 왜
Unless, of course,
공주한테 그런 일이
you
생긴
do
거지?
your job and slay her.
아, 왜 자꾸 나한테 살인을 강요하는 거야? 나는 공주를 죽이고 싶지 않아. 나는 공주를 죽이고 싶지 않은데. 멸망? 그게 무슨 소리지? 아무리 그래도 공주를 죽이다니 너무 심하지 않아? 나 말고 다른 사람에게 맡길 순 없는 거야? 됐어, 난 안 해. 내가 세상이 끝장난다 해도 신경 쓰지 않을 거란 가능성은 생각 안 해봤어? 이 일에 보상 같은 건 없어? 내가 공주를 왜 죽여? 아무리 그래도 공주를 죽이다니. 나 말고 다른 사람한테 맡길 순 없는 거야? 그러니까.
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
내가 사람을 죽이다니. GTA에서밖에 죽이지 않을 거라고 맹세했는데. 왜 나밖에 없어? 내가 세상이 끝장난다 해도 신경 쓰지 않을 거란 가능성은 생각 안 해봤어?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
어째서지? 제가 세상이 멸망하든 말든 신경 안 쓰는 그런 자유주의적 사상을 가진 사람이 드래곤이라면 어떻게 하려고 그런 약간 무책임하네. 걔도 해설자 되게 무책임한데?
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
허무주의자? 아니, 저 약간 허무주의자 같기도 하고, 약간 세상이 멸망한다 해도 그렇구나, 드디어 때가 됐구나, 결국 이런 날이 오게 됐구나, 이러고 말 것 같은데. 뭐야 이거? 아, 그렇군. 설명해줘서 고마워. 뭘 고마워. 좋았어. 군주의 목을 치러 가볼까? 형량 만세. 뭔가 쓰레기 같은데? 뭔가 쓰레기 같지 않아? 군주의 목을 치러 가볼까? 형량 만세. 야호. 성공하면 혁명이고 실패하면 반역 아니겠습니까? 이거야? 조용히 오두막에 간다? 이 일에 보상 같은 건 없어? 일단 보상이 있어야죠. 보상이 있어야 실행을 하지 않겠습니까?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
아니, 그러니까 보상이 뭔지 알려줘야 공주를 죽이던지 말던지 하지. 돌아서서 떠난다? 그래. 돌아서서 떠나자.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
시끄러. 넌 내가 Alt F뿐만 누르면은 너는 끝이야. 어디서 자꾸 따박따박 말대꾸야 이게? 알았다고 끈질기네. 가서 공주를 죽이면 되는 거지? 어휴. 좋아, 알았다고. 오두막에 가서 공주와 대화해보지. 죽일지 말지는 그때 가서 생각하겠어. 거짓말. 그래, 길을 알아. 아니, 아무튼 네가 가라는 곳엔 가지 않아. 오두막 말이야. 오두막에 가지 않을 거야.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
영웅의 목소리?
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin.
네, 무슨
How
선택지를
convenient.
하던지
Everything's back on track again.
오두막으로
Maybe
갈
the world
수밖에
can
없는
still
건가?
be saved after all.
뭐야? 저장을 할 수 있는 건가? 돌아서서 다시 떠난다. 또다시. 아니야. 알았다고. 오듬하게 가면 되잖아.
That's great to hear. As long as you bring that fiery attitude to princess slaying, I think this will all resolve
아니야, 공주를
splendidly.
죽일지 말지는 얘기해보고 생각해볼
A
거야.
warning before you go any further.
무슨 경고?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
아 근데 이 게임 하면서 지금 느낀 게 옛날에 미스 포춘이라는 이런 류의 게임이 있었거든요. 약간 그거랑 비슷하다. 그것도 선택지에 따라서 스토리가 달라지거든요.
Fortunately, she's only a princess, whereas you are a valiant and talented warrior. It'll be easy so long as you stay focused. We can't just go through with this and listen to him. She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
오두막에 들어간다. 경주님! 경주님, 제가 구하러 왔어요.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
단검으로 뭐 저 공주 찌르라고?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this
아 저게
right.
내 무기야? 단검을 가져간다.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
일단 단검은 챙겨. 지하실에 들어가자.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
와 근데 진짜 뭔가 저 해설자가 되게 나쁜 놈 같지 않아요? 이 자막이 잘 안 보이니까 이거 살짝 옆으로 옮겨줄게요. 되게 나쁜 놈 같은데? 난 저 해설자가 왜 이렇게 수상하지? 해설자 너무 수상하지 않아요? 어라? 잠깐만. 잠깐만. 확인 중. 채팅이 지금 바뀌었는데. 아 됐다.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
이거 심리 게임 아니야 완전? 공주가 나한테 거짓말을 하는 건지 해설자가 나한테 거짓말을 하는 건지.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
안녕? 그냥 괜찮은지 보러 왔어. 안녕, 널 죽이러 왔는데 미친 거 아니야? 계단을 내려간다. 야, 먼저 사이코패스 아님? 안녕, 널 죽이러 왔어. 반가워. 그냥 괜찮은지 보러 왔어.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
근데 공주 진짜 불쌍하다. 야, 원래는 이거 근데 두 손 다 이렇게 그 구속구 묶여 있었던 거 아니야? 근데 공주가 사실 엄청난 계력의 계력난신 막 그런 소유자라 가지고 으악 이러면서 빡쳐가지고 하나 부숴버린 거 아님? 얘 지금 힘 기르고 있다가 이것까지 부숴버리고 이제 나가려고? 그럴 가능성도 있음.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
뭐 그럴 리가. 내가 왜 그러겠어. 넌 진짜 존나 예뻐. 나랑 결혼해 줄래? 그래, 들켰네. 널 죽이러 왔어. 아니 아직 결정하지 않았어. 대화하러 왔을 뿐이야. 결의를 굳히고 다가간다. 일단 대화를 한번 해보죠.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
일단은 근데 단검을 떨어뜨리는 건 안 될 것 같아. 내가 공주를 죽일 생각은 없지만 공주가 나를 죽일 수도 있잖아. 나는 지금 누구의 말도 믿지 않을 거야. 일단 단검을 단단히 진다.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
공주 약간 슬픈 표정으로 바뀌었어.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
근데 공주는 근데 자기가 지금 위협을 당해가지고 괜히 겁주는 것 같은데? 저 녀석 나한테 쫄았군. 약간 그러면 제가 나를 못 죽이도록 나도 저 녀석을 겁줘야겠어. 이런 느낌인 것 같은데? 뭐지? 누구 말이 맞는 거지?
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
마무리하라고? 너무 잔인한 거 아니야? 어떻게 해야 되지? 허풍이 아니라면 공주가 우리를 죽인다면 어떡하지? 비무장 상태인 게 확실한 거야? 미안, 그냥 대화할까? 단검을 떨어뜨릴 생각은 없어. 단검을 떨어뜨린다. 공주를 죽인다. 너무 급발전 아니야? 공주를 죽여! 일단 대화해보자. 미안, 그냥 대화할까?
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
단검을 떨어뜨릴 생각은 없어. 일단 나는 근데 둘 다 위험한 사람 같거든. 공주도 위험해 보이고 해설자도 위험해 보이고 저는 일단 단검을 떨어뜨릴 생각은 없습니다.
Then I'm not talking to you.
좋아, 그럼 교착 상태네. 단검을 진 채로 공주를 노려본다. 단검을 떨어뜨린다. 공주를 죽인다. 교착 상태.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already.
미친 새끼. 저 새끼 드래곤 슬레이어 아니야? 공주를 죽이라니.
Or drop the blade. Do something.
뭐라도 하라고? 단검을 진 채로 공주를 바라본다.
You stare at the princess, squinting fiercely. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you? You'll have to blink eventually. Just make a choice.
좋아. 단검을 떨어뜨린다.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face.
더 나은 선택지라니.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need...
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
공주 되게 이쁘게 생겼다. 그래, 참 어색하군. 관계? 지금 날 유혹하는 거야? 뭐야 이 미친. 그냥 이거 이 선택지 뭐야? 진짜 머리에 뭐가 들었길래 저딴 말이 나오는 거야? 어떻게 해야 널 여기서 나가게 할 수 있지? 난 네가 세상을 멸망시킬 거라고 해서 왔어. 네가 세상을 멸망시킬 거라는 사람들이 있는데 거기에 대해 할 말 있어?
Don't just tell her that.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
근데 공주 일단 여기 갇혀 있는 것만으로도 개빡치지 않을까? 런처 저그 은하은하 화제를 돌린다. 여기서 나가면 뭘 할 생각이지? 충분히 들었지? 네가 알려줄 거라 생각했는데 아니, 하지만 알려주지 않은 이유가 있겠지. 아니 솔직히 말하면 널 믿는 쪽으로 마음이 기울고 있어. 여기서 나가면 뭘 할 생각이지?
Princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
진짜 공주를 죽여야만 하는 건가? 얘 되게 착해 보이는데? 관상이 아니 그렇게 나쁜 애처럼 보이진
Whoever
않는데?
sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
대사들이 너무 길어서 채팅창 때문에 가려지고 있거든요. 그래가지고 채팅창을 그냥 아예 내리겠습니다.
But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
그치, 나는 공주에 대해서 아무것도 모르지. 그거 얘 말 해설자에 대해서도 모르잖아. 공주에 대해서도 모르고. 내가 누구 말을 믿을지는 진짜 오로지 전적으로 나의 생각과 내 가물음만 하는 거니까.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
하... 피해자인 공주? 근데 왜 그럼 너도 말해줄 수 있잖아. 왜 여기에 갇혔는지.
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
어떻게 해야 널 여기에서 나가게 할 수 있지? 이름이 뭐지? 여기 얼마나 오래 있었지? 이름이 뭐야?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
잠깐만. 아니 이놈의 채팅창 때문에 자꾸 글자들이 가려져. 근데 모르겠다 진짜. 어떻게 해야 널 여기서 나가게 할 수 있어?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting.
설마 손모가지
Right.
자르라고?
She is. I'm sure of it.
진짜? 여기 얼마나 오래 있었어?
Too long.
대화는 이제 충분해.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
아... 공주를 죽인다. 나갈 수 있게 도와주지. 족쇄를 조사한다. 널 여기 좀 더 가둬둘 거야. 어떻게 할지 결정하기 전까진. 아, 공주를 가둬야 될까? 아니면 나갈 수 있게 도와줘야 될까? 고민되네. 하... 근데 애가 또 좀 쎄하단 말이야? 일단 섣불리 판단하면 안 되는데? 뭐 어떻게 해야 되지? 에이, 널 여기 좀 더 가둘 거야. 어떻게 할지 결정하기 전까지.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
근데 나갈 방법을 찾을 거면은 진작에 찾아서 나갔지 않았을까? 왜 지금이야?
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
공주를 죽인다! 좋아, 여기서 나가게 해주지. 족쇄를 살펴본다. 선택은 이미 내렸어. 지하실에 가둬둘 거야. 족쇄를 살펴볼까? 일단은.
Oh, for the love of...
빌어먹으리라니.
Good. I'm glad you've come to your senses.
You're making a huge mistake.
큰 실수를 저지르고 있는 것 같진 않은 것
No.
같은데.
You're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
근데 위층에 있는 건 얘가 어떻게 알아? 얘는 여기 갇혀가지고 아무것도 못했잖아.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
하지만 열쇠가 없다면 다른 좋은 생각 있어. 네 팔을 자르는 거 빼고 위로 올라가 보지. 여기 어딘가에 열쇠가 있을지도 몰라. 만약 없다 해도 족쇄를 부실 만한 걸 찾을 수 있겠지.
That would be fine. I can use an arm.
상관없어. 팔 하나쯤 없어져도. 뭐야, 얘 왜 이렇게 극단적이야 애가.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free.
아, 근데 오래 갇혔으니까 그럴 수 있긴 하겠다.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
어이, 문 열어. 문을 열어본다. 도로 내려간다. 문을
You try
열어본다.
the door, but it's locked from the
뭐야,
outside.
나도 갇혔어?
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
어이, 문 열어.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
와, 일단 도로 내려가자.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
아, 근데 공주를 죽이는 것만이 해결 방안은 아닌 것 같은데.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
나도 갇혔어, 맞아.
The knife. Pick it up and
팔을
cut me out
자르라고?
of here.
그럴 수 없어. 어떻게 네 팔을 잘라?
You won't like what happens if you do that.
공주를 구한다고? 안 돼! 팔을 잘라야 돼, 그러면! 아!
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm,
Oh my
just above the
God.
massive, unyielding chain.
안 돼! 안 돼! 안 돼! 너무 잔인해! 아니, 공주 눈이 막 깠는데? 야, 완전 눈이 막 까버렸는데?
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron.
아니, 아프지도 않나? 저렇게 약간 저렇게 자기가 자기 팔을 뜯어버린단 말이야? 안 아픈가?
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
그러니까 비명 한 번 안 질렀어.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye.
How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
와, 잠긴문으로 다가간다.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world.
여보, 네가 용납 못하면
I
어쩔 건데?
just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
뭐야? 근데 내 팔이 이상한데? 내 팔이 괴물 아니야? 제 팔이 좀 이상하지 않아요, 손이? 내가 괴물 아니야?
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
공주를 죽인다, 공주를 죽인다, 공주를 죽인다, 공주를 죽인다. 이거 왜? 선택지가 이거밖에 없어! 안 돼!
You bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you incredulously.
Are you serious?
넌
I don't know
장난해?
what came over you, but if we're doing this, I guess I'll have to kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one. But I don't have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
공주를 죽인다, 포기한다.
As the blade falls from your trembling hands, the princess rears back, readying a bone-shattering haymaker. You fall to your knees, barely able to process the ringing in your ears before she hits you again.
공주 개센데?
Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel bones shatter with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you. If we're lucky, the wound you manage to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she gets out.
Oh, too weak to even try fighting back. How disappointing.
야, 진짜 공주가 괴물인 건가?
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess.
It can't just end like this.
I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
내가 죽는 거야? 챕터 2 성체.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't,
뭐지?
it will be the
회귀한
end
건가?
of the world.
끔찍한 데자뷰가 느껴져. 잠깐, 이거 일어났던 일 아니야? 아니, 안 돼. 난 죽었을 텐데 왜 내가 여기 있는 거지? 그 여자가 날 또 죽일 거야.
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you
내가
that
뭘
a second
죽은
ago.
적이 없어.
If
거짓말.
he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows?
절망의
There's
목소리.
nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us
아까
again.
영웅의 목소리에서 절망의 목소리로 바뀌었어.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
왜 내가 네 말을 들어야지? 이 모든 일에 의미가 있어?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
그냥 가정이 아니라 진짜 두 번째 만남인데? 뭐지? 왜 얘는 기억을 못하는 거야? 해설자잖아.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Of course we died. She didn't feel pain. She didn't feel much of anything, did she? And she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die. What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
이게 말이 또 바뀌었어. 그냥 공주일 뿐이에요. 죽이는 건 어렵지 않아요. 뭐야? 공주를 괴물이라고 했는데 그냥 공주라고 말해.
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us and now everyone's right back. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains and let her do whatever she
맞아,
wants.
그냥 공주 풀어주고 알아서 살게 놔두면 되는 거 아니야? 왜 저렇게까지 해야
Just
돼?
because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
이해가 안 되네. 공주에 대해 이야기해보자.
Just be quick about it.
지난번에 공주가 날 죽였어. 그런 일이 다시 생기지 않으리라고 어떻게 확신하지? 지난번에 공주가 한 짓이라고는 날 죽도록 팬 것뿐이야. 그런 사람이 어떻게 세상을 멸망시킨다는 거야? 지난번에 네 표현을 빌리자면 그녀는 그저 공주일 뿐이라고 했잖아. 그런 사람이 어떻게 날 죽도록 팰 만큼 강하지? 누가 그녀를 지하실에 가뒀지? 이곳은 대체 어떤 곳이야? 오, 이거
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
사람들이 그러니까 공주를 왜 가뒀어?
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
내가 멀쩡할 거라고?
We could pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
뭐야, 영웅의 목소리가 다시 생겼네?
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
절망을 맛봐서 절망의 목소리가 생긴 건가?
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
사람들이 그녀를 가뒀다며 왜 그자들은 공주를 죽이지 않는 거지? 어째서 내게 떠넘기는 거야? 맞아, 그 사람들은 어떻게 된 거야?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this.
Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again.
벌멍의 목소리 진짜 비관적이다. 어딘가 수상쩍은데? 숨기는 게
I've
뭐지?
told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make you... The less you know about her, the better.
지난번에 공자가 날 죽였어. 그런 일이 다시 생기지 않으리라고는 어떻게 확신하지?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job and save the world.
그게 다야?
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
오두막에 간다.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that. She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small?
그러니까 되게 작아진
We
느낌인데?
don't feel small. We are small.
벽에 걸린 거울에 대해서는 말하지 않았잖아.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are.
그나마
It
영웅이
would only make things
멀쩡한 것
worse.
같은데?
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a
저게
grisly
거울이 아니면
visage
뭐야,
any time in the
그러면?
near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
난 우리가 속는 게 신경 쓰여. 거울은 확실히 있어.
As do I. And yeah, there is.
그러니까 근데 사실은 공주가 멀쩡한 사람이고 내가 괴물인 거 아니야? 아까 공주를 죽였을 때 그리고 지금 이거 마우스 커서가 괴물손이잖아. 나는 이게 공주 정체인 거랑 약간 관계가 있는 줄 알았는데 전혀 아닌 거야. 뭐지? 아 뭔지 모르겠어.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
아니야 달라. 난 거울에 다가가겠어.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
거울을 닦는다.
You reach forward and
내 손?
rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
오두막이 지난번과 다르군.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life.
전생
lessons. You haven't
더듬기라니.
died, and you
난
certainly haven't been killed
회개했다고.
by the princess.
아니야, 난 회개했어. 이번 인생 회차 2회차라고. 단검을 이번엔 가져가지 말자. 지하실에
No
들어간다.
blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed.
Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
뭐지? 단검이 있든 없든 상관이 없다고?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. Huh. This is actually...
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
오, 이번 회차의 공주도 조금 달라.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see
뭔가
her.
많이 달라졌는데?
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
좋아, 공주에게 가보자. 계단에 내려간다.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the
넓고
next.
사원 같은
But
느낌
soon the
방.
end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you,
뭐야?
almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far
이거는 약간
wall.
거의 최종 보스 느낌인데?
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me.
공주도 각성한 거
sweet.
아니야? 공주도 전 회차에서 기억하고 있었던 거지. 저 새끼가 나 칼로 찔렀어. 이러면서 각성한 거 아니야?
And more than a little disappointing.
She's disappointed in us?
Kneel.
꿇어라, 예, 공주님.
But the words don't leave your mouth. Instead, your legs buckle and your knees hit the floor.
이거 그거 아니야? 꿇어라. 이것이 너와 나의 눈높이다.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
노블레스야?
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs.
원래는 그런 생각이 없었는데 각성해버린 거야? 내가 해버린 말 때문에? 이런, 그럼 세상을 멸망시킨 건 내 말 한마디 때문이잖아, 젠장.
I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me.
이런, 젠장. 내가 공주님을 각성시켜버렸어.
The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new.
그럼
And the
내가
world as
최종
it is
흑막을
now
만들어버린
is
거잖아.
overdue for
좆됐다.
alterations.
큰일 났는걸? 어떻게 하지? 최종 흑막을 만들어버렸어.
It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable
네가
lesson.
죽였다니 내가 나 아직 안 죽였어. 얘가 나 죽였지.
You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? And you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it?
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
봐, 내가 뭘 시킬 생각이야? 네가 세상을 멸망시킬 운명이라고 해서 정말 그래야 하는 건 아니야. 결정을 내리기 전에 질문이 몇 가지 있어. 내가 죽고 나서 어떤 일이 있었지? 저는 공주님의 것입니다. 공주에게 충성을 맹세한다. 네가 세상을 멸망시킬 운명이라고 해서 정말 그래야 하는 건 아니야.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
내가 죽고 나서 어떤 일이 있었어?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
그러니까 나는 너의 애완동물? 공주님 발 닦게 하란 말입니까? 내게 뭘 시킬 생각이지?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
근데 이건 맞지? 그렇게 강하면 그냥 알아서 족쇄 끊으면 되잖아.
Don't be rude. Of course she can. It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude.
절망의 목소리는 도움이 안 되는데?
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful God unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was.
모습은 바뀌고 최종 보스가 됐지만 나는 공주다. 그러니까 공주는 누군가 구해줘야 된다. 그렇기 때문에 너의 힘이 필요하다? 이 족쇄를 끊어라? 그런 건가? 뭐야 그게?
The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you, and from your act of utter devotion and submission, springs a new dawn. A better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
그럼 지금 복종하든 나중에 복종하든 의미 없으면 그냥 나중에 해도 될까요? 제가 좀 바빠가지고 아 결국 선택지가 하나밖에 안 남았어. 저는 공주님 것입니다. 공주에게 충성을 맹세한다.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent?
아니요, 그게 선택지가 하나밖에 없는데 그 하찮은 의지라고 하시면 제가 뭐라 해요? 선택지가 저거밖에 없는데 선택지를 좀 더 주시던지. 아니 내가 선택하고 싶어서 선택한 것도 아닌데 왜 나한테 뭐라 해?
All you need to do now.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still.
아 뭐야? 아 공주님 왜 말하다 끊어요? 아직 네 안에 무언가가 날 가로막고 있구나. 너의 일부가 아님에도 널 넘기지 않으려고 애쓰는군.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
뭐야, 공주가 뭘 꿰뚫어 본 건가?
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
공주가 내 안에 있는 해설자의 정체를 알아버린 건가?
No, no, no. What are you talking about? I'm just.
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
넌 내 것이래. 공주님 소유욕 개쩌네. 아, 해설자 어디 갔어?
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
알겠습니다, 공주님.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
근데 어떻게 끊어 저거?
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
개소름 돋아. 공주랑 해설자 목소리가 합쳐졌어. 믿지 않는다면 그땐 어떻게 되죠?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart. It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever. Please don't do this.
유일하게 지금 제정신인 게 영웅의 목소리밖에 없는 것인가? 그래야 해. 이미 끝났어. 미안해.
There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was always going to be. And it is good.
이런 게 내 운명이라니. 내 운명은 내가 정해.
Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
공주의 족살을 끊는다.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the
종말이
end is upon
도래했다.
us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
이제 무슨 일이 생기지?
Nothing. And then, everything.
공주의 손을 잡는다. 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 에? 그러나 당신은 그녀의 손을 찾지 못한다. 무언가가 그녀를 데려가고 그 자리에 무언가를 남겨두었다.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
저 거울은 뭐지? 그녀가 어디 갔는지 모르겠어. 그리고 어디서 찾아야 할지도 몰라.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I feel anxious. Does anyone else feel anxious?
해설자가 사라졌어. 그리고
It is. Does that mean the world ended? Figures the world would end and leave us with all this nothing.
아무래도 거울을 들여다봐야 할 것 같아.
Something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. I don't want to look at us.
거울에
I'm
다가간다.
begging you, don't do this.
지금까지 거울을 보고 겁낸 적
It's
없었잖아.
different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
당신은 거울에 다가간다. 거울에 비친 자신을 바라본다. 당신의 손을 뻗자 침묵이 내린다. 모두들 사라졌다. 하지만 거울은 그대로 있다. 거울에 무엇이 있는지 확인할 때다. 당신이다. 당신은 텅 빈 공간에 혼자 서 있다. 고요하다. 오두막에 간다. 당신은 오두막에 있다. 그녀에게 다가간다.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
뭐지? 근데 공주 그렇게 나쁜 애는 아닌 것 같은데. 너는 무엇이지?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
난 사람이야. 난 내가 뭔지 모르겠어. 넌 내가 뭐라고 생각해?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
이게 세상의 멸망이야?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
네가 공주를 죽이라고 날 보낸 거야? 네가 날 여기 가둔 거야?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
그녀를 풀어줘. 네가 공주야?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
네가 처음부터 공주였다는 거야? 아니면 네가 공주를 네 일부분으로 만든 거야?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
그러니까 게임이 진짜 생각보다 기게 안 해요. 연약한 그릇이 뭐야?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
그녀를 풀어줘.
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
아, 너무 슬픈데?
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
혹시 해설자에 대해 알아?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant.
바깥의 세계, 세상에 대해 알아?
I know only that they are.
바깥의 세상이 그거 아니야? 얘네는 이 컴퓨터 안에 있는 세상이고 현실 세계 말하는 거 같은데? 우리는 서로 아는 사이야?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
이제 어떻게 되지?
Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
와, 너무 슬프다.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole. And perhaps then we will know our freedom.
공주도 계속 사실은 이용당하는 건가? 내가 널 죽일 방법을 찾을까봐 두렵지 않아?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
난 공주를 죽여달라 부탁받았어. 내가 널 도우면 넌 세상을 파괴할 거야?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
끼만지 어서오세요, 백하나. 의미론적인 말이잖아. 널 도우면 어떤 걸 할 생각이지?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
아니 공주 안에 이런 존재가 있었다고? 그럼 공주는 진짜 괴물인 거야? 아니면 괴물한테 몸을 먹힌 존재야? 뭐지? 난 어디까지 잊어버리게 되는 거지?
Everything. Until we meet again.
네 조각들은 얼마나 더 찾아야 해?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
내가 허락하지 않겠다면?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
돌아갈 생각 없어. 기다린다.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
영원히 기다린다.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage.
죄송한데 나 이거 그거 아니야? 그 세이브 퀵 세이브 얘기하는 것 같은데? 저장을 해가지고 그걸 닫고 네가 이거를 이 게임을 다시 시작한다고 해가지고 이야기가 달라질 것 같아? 결국엔 또 반복될걸? 이런 느낌인 것 같은데? 뭐야 소름 돋아.
You'll always come back to the box because you'll always want to know what it means to be
이제
you.
나는 다시 돌아오게 될 것
I will be
같아.
here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
왜냐면 이 이야기의 끝이 너무 궁금하니까. 약간 해석 이렇게 하니까 너무 소름 끼치지 않아요? 뭐야 게임 꺼졌어! 뭐야! 미친! 게임 꺼졌어! 이렇게 끝나는 거야? 와 개소름 돋아! 야 게임 종료됐어! 개소름 돋아.
You
와
have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
미친. 게임 꺼져가지고 다시 켰는데 돌아왔군요. 짧은 시간 동안이었지만 전 당신 곁에 떠나지 않았어요. 뭐야 개무서워. 와 진짜 나 소름 돋아. 나 지금 닭살 돋는데? 와 씨. 아니 잠깐만. 이게 무슨 이게 뭐야? 개소름 돋아. 개소름 돋아. 와 씨. 이게 뭐야? 와 진짜 소름 돋는다. 와 있게 해줘. 와 씨 선택지가 이거밖에 없어?
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
모든 것이 어두워지고 당신은 죽는다. 챕터 1 공주와 영웅. 챕터 1에서 시작하게 되는 거야 이렇게?
You're
헐.
on a path in the woods,
개소름
and at the
돋아.
end of that path is a cabin,
와
and in the
씨.
basement of that cabin is a princess.
와 개소름 돋는다. 진짜 게임 미쳤네 설계.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
와. 근데 공주를 죽이면 어떻게 되는 거지? 좋았어. 군주의 목을 치러 가볼까? 혁명 만세!
The spirit.
이번엔 그냥
You make your way up
닥치고
the short
공주를 죽이러
path to the
가보자.
cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She will.
오도막에 들어간다. 아 이번에는 공주를 죽여보자 깔끔하게.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the blade is your implement.
근데 지하실에 그냥 단거 망가지고 들어가면 어떻게 되지?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminate. Her voice soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to
안검을
hear
안 들고
once to
가니까
remember it
스토리가
for the rest of your
달라졌어.
life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
난 괜찮지 보러 왔어. 구해주러 왔어. 구해주러 왔어. 거짓말. 아니면 사람들이 널 죽이라던데 계속 내려간다. 괜찮지 일단 보러
You
왔어.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a head.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to any?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
아 한번 해보지. 족쇄를 살펴본다.
You're only making this more difficult.
나
Thank you.
풀어줘.
Thank you.
이래도 망하고 저래도 망하면 얘를 그냥 풀어줘 버려.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day.
열쇠가 없다면 다른 좋은 생각이 있어?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can...
She offers the suggestion with almost complete
팔을 자르다니
nonchalance.
그건
If
안
we
돼.
were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hit
Someone else here?
도로 내려간다.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too,
네,
didn't
저도 여기
they?
갇혔어요.
There's a
아까랑
slight
똑같군요.
panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
아니 팔을 뜯지 않는 선택지는 없는 거야 이 양반아?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
공주를 구한다. 그냥 구해봐.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you cut into her
또
flesh.
찔러?
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole
아니
ordeal.
근데 이거 팔 자를 수 있으면 진작에 혼자 자를 수 있지 않았을까?
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the
무섭다, 진짜.
ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
안개문으로 다가간다.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, as the princess approaches the... Wait, this isn't... Watch me.
What are you doing?
아 이거 손대지가 또 이렇게밖에 안 나와. 아이 진짜.
Okay, there's no going back.
You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart,
이게 뭐야?
but she's fast.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this
아니야,
whole
널 속이지
time?
않았어. 선택지가
I
저거밖에
don't know what's
없었어.
come over you, but if I have to kill you,
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her
아까랑 조금
ribs,
다르게
aiming
나오네?
directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. It can't
어쩔 수
just
없다.
end. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. Everything goes dark.
아,
And
나 또
you
죽는
die.
거야? 나 또 죽어? 마녀? 이번에는 제목이 다른데? 마녀래.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
돌아서 떠난다.
You're the boss. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave?
아, 공주. 아이, 봐. 그래, 길을 알아.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also
또 오두막이죠? 돌아서서 다시 떠난다, 또 다시.
really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again.
뭐야, 다시 돌아갈 수 있어?
What's going on?
여긴 어디야?
Where are we? I like it. Seems like it's got great acoustics.
이해주의자. 여긴 어디야? 세계가 실타래처럼 풀려 없어진다. 물리적인 실체는 이상한 질감의 공허로 대체된다. 고요하다. 당신은 또다시 정막에 와 있다. 여기 되돌아온다. 멀리서 수많은 존재가 웅성거리는 소리가 들려온다. 무언가가 다가오면서 진동이 느껴진다. 당신은 이 공허에 무엇이 살고 있는지 이미 알고 있다. 아이, 젠장. 손가락들이 공허를 가로질러 더듬거린다. 어느 손끝이 당신의 의식을 발견하여 당신을 감싸기 시작한다. 당신은 이제 혼자가 아니다. 혼란스러움, 왜 이곳에 있는 거죠? 전 아직 완성되지 않았어요. 더한감, 당신의 영혼을 둘러싼 껍데기를 긁어보다가 포기하는 손가락들. 좌절감, 이 그릇은 당신으로 가득해요. 배가 기어 들어가기 위해서는 비어있는 그릇이 필요해요. 저와 같은 모양으로 짜여진 그릇이 필요해요. 단호함, 안 돼요. 돌아갈 수 없어요. 그곳으로는. 후회, 이 세계는 더 이상 복구할 수 없어요. 새로운 것을 짜야 해요. 흔들거리는 손가락, 이곳에는 아직도 실타래가 많이 남아있어요. 그것을 낭비하지 말아요. 배가 우리의 유일한 구원의 열쇠예요. 뭘 해도 죽잖아. 이번에
You're
완전히
on a
다른
path
선택지를
in the
해봐야겠는데?
woods. You're here to slay her.
에이. 조용히 오두막에 간다?
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. A warning. Before she will
일단
lie.
공주님을 다시 만나러 가자.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely. The blade is your implement.
단검 이거 씨 뭐. 난 단검을 가져가? 일단 들고 가지 뭐.
You take the blade from the table.
사실에 들어간다.
The door to the base. Her voice
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you.
안녕.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
근데 검을 들고 내려오면 애가
You walk
공격적으로 말을
downstairs
하네.
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
그래, 들켰네. 널 죽이러 왔어. 아니. 결의를 굳히고 다가간다?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you...
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the... So, you should just
칼을
drop it.
내려놓으라고?
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too...
마무리해버려 그냥. 훅.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
아직 더 남았어?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and... But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. That arrogant look still plastered
끝난
on her
건가? 공주를
face.
죽인 건가?
But is it over? Really?
물론이지 공주는 죽었어. 모르겠어. 뭔가 속임수가 있을 것 같은 느낌이야. 당연히 아니지. 너무 쉽잖아. 아니야, 공주는 죽었어.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you.
뒤에서 갑자기 공주가 덮치는
Why
거
do
아니야?
I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help
정말
ease
대의를
your
위한
guilty
것이었을까?
conscience.
공주를 죽인 것이?
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
떠난다.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
그랬더니 세상이 이미 멸망해 있는 거 아니야?
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. What happened?
공주가 이 세상 전부 아니야?
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy.
헛소리! 날 여기서 내보내줘! 세상을 구한 거 치고 결말이 영 별론데?
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity.
그러니까 이 게임의 주체는 공주고 공주를 죽였으니까 이제 그 뒤에 이야기는 없다? 진짜 개빡치네요.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful,
정말 환상적이구만.
Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
해설자 말 못 들었어? 난 행복해. 우리는 행복해. 다 이 가스라이팅 아님? 당연히 아니지. 여기서 나갈 방법이라도 있어? 물론이지. 난 여기가 좋아. 여기서 나가야지.
But you're probably not going to like it.
죽어야 되나? 혹시 내가 죽어야 돼?
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear. He's right. It's the only way out.
유일한 탈출 방법이 내가 살자를 하는 거라니, 난주택을 하는 거라니. 이게 무슨 말도 안 되는 소리야?
Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, And the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use
그러니까
it.
내가 죽어야 된다는 거잖아.
Don't you dare.
단검을 사용하면 우리가 죽는 거 아니야? 그니까.
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself
난
would
아직
kill
죽고
you.
싶지 않다고.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
빡스란 거겠지? 우리가 진짜 죽으면 별로 기분이 좋지 않을 것 같은데? 고작 네 감에 죽음까지 감수할 수 없어. 이 지옥에 나갈 수만 있다면 네 말대로 달갑지 않은 생각이군. 난 그냥 여기에서 아무것도 안 하고 있을래. 아니야. 난 죽으면 기분이 좋지 않을 것 같아.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You
대응망덕하다니. 근데 내가 여기 갇힌 거랑 공주가 여기 갇힌 거랑 결국 똑같은 거 아니야?
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you
와,
first held
공주
it.
뼈가 돼버렸잖아. 허.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
난
The
죽는 거야?
end. Nice knowing you.
이런. 챕터 2 유령.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
야, 이 개자식아! 이제 알겠다. 네 속셈은 더 이상 소용없어.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just
저
met
새끼
for the first
가스라이팅
time.
고수네?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it
맹렬한
again.
목소리가 나오네.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least you're...
왜 내가 네 말을 들어야 해?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in it.
겁나 깨다 냉렬한 목소리. 우린 네 말대로 했어. 그리고 공주 죽였어. 근데 네가 우리를 영원한 공허에 가둬버렸어. 그래서 자살했어.
Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that.
아니 이거 팩트잖아.
care about
저 새끼 완전 가스라이팅
And I
하는데?
believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started.
완전
That sounds
의미없음
pretty
그
consequent.
자체임.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world in time? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left? It doesn't matter, because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you
그치.
pulled on us,
공주가 아니라
maybe she's not
나는
the only one
해설자
standing
놈을
ready to
죽여야
slay.
된다고 생각합니다.
Just stay focused, will you?
공주에 대해
Just be
이야기해보자.
quick about it.
그 세계는 내가 공주를 죽인 다음에 멸망했어. 나가려고 하니까 모든 게 사라졌어.
That's a good point. How do we know we didn't have things backwards? Maybe slaying the princess was what ended the world, not the other way round. Yes, maybe this whole thing was a trick to get us to end the world. And now we get to go through the
그러니까
whole charade
공주를
again.
죽이면은 결국
Wholly
세계가
aware of
멸망하는
what's waiting for
건데.
us at the end. But that's assuming she's alive in that cabin. We did kill her. You're going to find her in the cabin. If the princess had actually been slain, you wouldn't be here.
And let me assure you, killing her will not end the world. I don't know what you think
왜 이거
happened to
그냥
you
무한반복
last
아니야?
time, but it's a load of nonsense. Well, that's exactly what we're afraid of. Really? Living happily ever after sounds that bad to you? Oh well, there's no use arguing over your masochism. The cabin awaits.
마저이즘이라니. 지난번에 공주는 단검에 심장에 찔리니 죽던데 그런 사람이 어떻게 세계를 멸망시킨다는 거야?
She just can. You'll have to trust that what I'm saying is true.
이곳은 대체 어떤 곳이야?
People locked her in that basement, and I told. I've told you everything you need to know. This is. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. Oh, I didn't know we were special.
스페셜이라니. 스페셜하긴 하지. 공주를 죽이거나 내가 죽임을 당하거나 세계가 멸망하거나 선택지가 이거밖에 없는데 특별하겠죠.
Of course we're special.
그게 다야?
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to say.
공주를 살린다는 선택지는 대체 왜 없는 거야, 이 게임은?
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She won't be a.
공주는 걱정 안 해도 돼. 걱정은 내가 걱정을 해야지. 공주 걱정할 때야 지금?
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with the blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
오케이. 아까 전에는 단검을 안 가져갔었단 말이야. 그래서 이번 회차에서는 이거를 가져가는 게 좋을까 안 가져가는 게 좋을까?
It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
그래, 공주는 내가 죽였지. 그래. 오두막 일단은 단검을 가져갈까?
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world.
거울에 다가간다.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. But there was a mirror, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, it's not even important enough to be acknowledged. The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is
이번에는
coated in a thick
다르네요.
layer of dust, and you can feel it settle
아까
into your
전에는
lungs as you
엄청
breathe in
넓은
the
계단이
stale
나왔잖아.
air. The very
이번에는
building
계단이 달라요.
itself feels dead.
낡은 나무
If
계단이
the princess
나왔는데?
lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's
그래,
definitely
진짜
dead.
죽었겠지. 내가 죽였는데.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the
젠장.
floor.
이래서
Two
유령이라는 이야기가
deep-set
나왔구나.
eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
이거 무슨 일이 일어나고 있냐고 내가 묻고 싶다. 너 왜 그랬냐?
Oh, wow. How absolutely terrifying.
유령이 무슨 짓을
What's
하긴.
that supposed to do to us?
외국 영화 안 봤어? 외국 영화에서는 귀신이 나오면 뭐부터 하겠니? 일단 복수부터 하겠지, 죽이겠지, 결국 난 또 죽을 거야!
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
그래 미안해. 나도 널 죽이고 싶진 않았어.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your
결국
neck
올
as
것이
she
맞구나.
circles you.
그래
Her
죽여라.
touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
잠시 상황을 지켜본다.
I see you brought that annoying knife again. So, are you waiting for a chance to use it? Or are you here for something else?
봤지? 이게 우리가 숲속에서 말했던 거야. 이 모든 일이 이미 일어났고 우린 공주를 죽였어. 널 죽였을 텐데 왜 아직도 살아있지? 왜 대사를 낳는지 알고 있어. 피해자 연기는 그만해. 지난번에 넌 날 위협했잖아. 지난번에 널 죽여서 미안해. 그러지 말았어야 했어. 내가 죽기를 원해? 네 눈앞에서 죽어주면 그 복수에 대한 집착에 만족되겠어? 난 이미 죽어봤고 다시 죽는 것도 어렵지 않아. 미안해. 내가 해줄 수 있는 일이 있을까? 네가 죽기를 바라는 자들이 날 속였어. 적은 내 친구지. 같이 협력하자. 내게 뭘 원하는 거지? 널 또 만나게 될 줄 알았다면 널 죽이지 않았을 텐데. 나도 죽었는데 너처럼 떠다니지는 않아. 어떻게 된 거지? 왜 너와 나는 다르지? 넌 죽었잖아. 최소한 대부분은 죽었지. 그럼 네가 날 해칠 수 있어? 내가 널 죽인 직후에 이 오두막이 순간 이동했다고 해야 하려나? 더 이상 숲속에 있지 않았어. 시간은 그 의미를 잃고 난 탈출하기 위해 스스로 목숨을 끊어야 했어. 아무래도 내가 널 죽이기 위해 보내진 이유를 알려줘야겠군. 난 네가 세계를 멸망시킬 거라 들었어. 좋아. 아무래도 널 죽이는 건 안 되겠군. 원하는 게 뭐지? 더 이상 좋은 생각이 없는데 우리 팀에 아이디어 있어? 넌 죽었잖아. 그럼 할 수 있는 것도 별로 없겠네? 난 그냥 갈게. 공주를 지하실에 놔둔다. 무슨 선택지를 해야 되지? 너 죽었잖아. 뭐 할 수 있는 게 뭐 있어? 난 갈래. 아니 적어도 근데 미안하다 해야 되지 않을까? 더 이상 좋은 생각이 없어. 우리 팀의 아이디어 있어?
We could always try violence. It's worked for us so far. She's a ghost. Who says ghosts are immune to violence?
Common sense?
There's nothing common or sensible about common sense. Action and observation.
폭력적으로
are the
행동하려
only
하다니.
things that matter.
이 녀석들 너무 폭력적이잖아. 나는 비폭력주의자라고.
Fine. Then let me observe that the acts of killing her and killing ourselves haven't got us much of anywhere. We're still back in this cabin, we're still dealing with her, only now she has a good reason to hate us.
I suppose you have a point. Do you have any ideas then?
We could always ask her what she wants.
Oh, for the love of... Don't do that. Whatever she wants, it will end the world. And is that really so bad?
Yes, it is by its very definition bad.
But those are the only options, aren't they? Violence or doing what she wants. Or just leaving her down here. Though ignoring a problem is
그래. 미안해. 내가 해줄 수 있는 일이 있을까? 네가 죽기를 바라는 자들이 날 속였어. 적은 내 친구들. 같이 협력하자.
Nobody tricked you. And the fact that the princess's spirit has risen from the dead should be more than enough evidence that she isn't exactly sweet and innocent. It's all been an act.
아니
She's
공주가
pretending.
죽으면서 되살아난 게 어째서 순진하지 않는 것이 되는 거야? 그냥 이 친구는 영가 1로 이루어진 프로그램 덩어리라고. 콩님 어서오세요. 백항은아 은하이는 어서오세요.
I wouldn't say she's ever pretended to be sweet or innocent.
She does have a little bit of an attitude, but I can't blame her. We did kill her after all. I wouldn't be nice to my murderer if I was killed. The fact that you apparently botched the landing isn't on the me you're talking to, nor is it on any other version of me that you've encountered. You're using a lot of words to say a lot of nothing.
The enemy of my enemy.
The princess circles you again, her icy fingertips trailing up your spine, sending shivers rippling across your flesh.
야, 소름 끼치는군.
I don't want enemies. I don't want to fight. I just want to go home. Is that really so much to ask?
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific. And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out. Which, in case you haven't been listening,
야, 그냥
will spell
공주 좀
the end
풀어줘.
of the
뭐가 그렇게
entire
어려운
world.
일이라고? 네가 집에 갈 수 있게 도울 방법이 있어? 저 뼈를 묻어줄까?
No, those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing. But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never...
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything would be fine.
아니 근데 이것도 맞는 말인. 그냥 공주 어차피 못 나가면은 그렇구나. 그러면 어쩔 수 없지 이러고 그냥 우리만 나가면 안 되나? 눈빛이 어서 백화은하 은하 어서오세요.
Hasn't got out and can't get out.
뭐
are two
어째서요?
very different things.
공주를 죽여야만 하는 거야.
It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
몸을 빌려달라고요? 어우. 아, sorry.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us?
빙의를
She
하겠다고요?
is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead
해설자랑
so
공주랑
badly.
융합하는 거야?
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
와우, 싫다면 일시적인 거겠지? 오두막에 나가면 내 몸에서 나갈 거지? 과연 나가주겠냐고. 네가 내 몸에 들어오고 나서도 난 내 몸의 통제권을 가질 수 있어? 동의하기 전에 네가 이곳을 나가면 어떻게 되는지 얘기할 필요가 있어. 난 네가 세계를 멸망시킬 거라 들었어. 나쁘지 않네? 좋아. 공주에게 몸을 빌준다. 안 돼. 좀 더 생각해봐야겠어. 네가 내 몸에 들어오고 나서도 내 몸의 통제권을 가질 수 있니?
Sure. Why not?
That doesn't sound very reassuring.
나도 me too. 그다지 안심되진 않은 것 같긴 한데 뭐.
It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body. That is a very dangerous train of thought.
그래 일시적인 거겠지. 오두막에서 나가면 내 몸에서 나갈 거지?
If I'm able to. But for all we know, that's not how it works. Maybe I'll wind up stuck with you for a long
와우.
time.
Do you hear the way she said that? She knows more than she's letting on. Don't let her fool you into doing something you'll regret.
동의하기 전에 네가 이곳을 나가면 어떻게 되는지 얘기할 필요가 있어.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over. She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there.
What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters.
역시 그걸 믿은 내 잘못이었어. 넌 심장에 칼을 꽂기만 해도 죽는다. 어떻게 세상을 멸망시키겠어? 저 새로운 선택지가 나왔네. 난 차갑지 않아. 난 그냥 멍청이야. 바보 같은 등신 멍청이라고. 그 말을 믿다니 내가 왜 그랬지?
Oh, cut it out. You don't need to be so pathetic.
Sure. Did that make you feel better?
된장 모두가 되게 실망하고 있어. 더 굽실거려야 되나?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll haunt you. It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to
맞는
do with her
말이긴 해.
life.
인생 계획이라는 게 원래 대답하기 어려운 거 맞긴 하지.
The princess leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
Especially when that someone is dead.
그래, 너 왜 이렇게 무섭게 말하니? 몸 빌려주기 힘들게.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
그건 그래. 자기가 원하는 게 뭔지 정확히 아는 사람은 없지. 그래. 근데 내 질문에 답하지 않았잖아. 세상을 멸망시킬 거야?
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
아우, 오케이. 아직도 내 질문에 답하지 않았어. 네가 세상을 멸망시키고 싶지 않다고 해도 널 내보내주면 세상은 멸망하는 거야?
It does. We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise. The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's home, but what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't. I'm not so sure endings are real.
오케이. 그 얘기는 이제 됐어. 왜 되살아났는지 알고 있어?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me. All I know is there's a hole in my chest. Not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper.
아, 그래? 내가 찔려서 난 구멍 말고 다른 구멍이 있다고?
A
알겠어.
nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
내가 죽기를 원해? 네 눈앞에서 죽어주면 그 복수에 대한 집착이 만족되겠어? 난 이미 주고받고 다시 죽는 것도 어렵지 않아.
Are we putting this to a vote? Because personally,
If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer. But killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
It would seem that everyone here is in agreement except for you. I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
자살 충동은 너더라고?
Like I said, I just want to go home.
지난번에 널 죽여서 미안해. 그러지 말았어야 했어.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance? When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No. So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
나도 죽었는데 너처럼 떠나지 않았어. 어떻게 된 거지? 왜 너와 나는 달라?
You don't look dead, killer.
공주가 계속 나를 살인자라고 불러. 하지만 난 죽었던 거 사실인걸?
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
죽은 느낌이 아니라고? 얘는 뭘 알고 있나?
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. But we've already been over that. So why don't you stop stalling and let me in? It's so cold out here.
푸. 널 또 만나게 될 줄 알았으면 널 죽이지 않았을 텐데.
And if I knew you were going to murder me without even knowing who I was, I wouldn't have given you the chance.
야, 공주 근데 다 맞는 말만 하는데?
We all make mistakes.
죄송합니다. 피하자야, 연기는 그만해. 지난번에 넌 날 위협했잖아.
Well, yeah, you brought a knife with you. Was I supposed to just welcome you with open arms when you obviously had stabbing on the mind?
하하. 그 칼은 널 죽이기 위한 게 아니었을 수도 있잖아.
It could have, but it wasn't. You can't blame me for threatening a would-be knife-wielding murderer. Especially when that would-be knife-wielding murderer became an actual knife-wielding murderer.
죄송합니다. 와. 와, 넌 죽었잖아. 그럼 할 수 있는 것도 별로 없겠네. 난 그냥 갈게. 공주를 지하실에 놔둔다. 근데 벽을 통과할 수 있지 않아? 그럼 스스로 나갈 수 있잖아.
I wish that's how it worked, but this place won't let me go.
공주를 지하실에 놔둬야 되나? 나 공주에게 몸을 빌려줘야 되나? 모르겠어. 그냥 몸을 빌려줘봐
The
그냥.
princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
어쩔 수 없지.
See you soon.
오 마이 갓. 얘 뭐야?
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul.
I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
느낌이 안 좋아? 이런 잘못 선택해버린 건가?
I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
So, it doesn't work like that for you?
Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass.
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice?
뭐야, 그러면
I'm me is what I am.
지금 내 안에 몇 개의 자아가 있는 거야? 해설자, 영웅의 목소리, 냉정한 녀석, 그리고 나 자신?
Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
정신 분열 온 거 아니야?
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the
해설자라서 그런
shape
건가?
of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
맞아, 모두가 알고 있는 사실이잖아. 공주는 나한테 빙의한 거잖아 지금.
And setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this.
결국에 뭘 하든
Probably.
똑같은 것 같은데. 절대 죽지 않는 공주를 죽이는 게임인가요? 맞습니다. 뭘 해도 죽지 않습니다. 이 공주는 어떤 짓을 해도 죽지 않는 공주를 어떻게든 죽여야만 한다고. 하지만 어떻게 죽이는 거지? 왜 꼭 이 공주를 죽여야만 하는 것인가? 아, 머리가 어지러워. 목소리가 너무 많아.
It's okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time and everything will be fine.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her.
하지만 해설자 말대로 해가지고 제대로 된 적이 없었잖아. 이번에는 공주 말대로 한번
One way or
해볼까?
another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
그렇지, 어떻게 하면 전부 끝날
Wouldn't
텐데.
that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
아, 일단 나가자.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world?
It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is,
세상
it's outside
바깥이라고?
of the world.
그러니까 얘는 제2의 벽을 허물겠다는 뜻인 거야, 지금? 내가 있는 세계로 오겠다는 건가, 그러면?
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs,
아,
staggering through
공주한테
the
죽으면
open
뭐
door.
어때? 공주한테 죽은 게 한두 번이니?
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able.
그렇지. 어쩌면 저 녀석은 공주를 좋아하는 걸지도 몰라. 어떻게 보면은 공주를 여기 가둬둔 거는 저 해설자가 아닐까? 자기가 공주를 사랑해서 저기 가둬놨는데 자기 게 안 되니까 공주를 죽여버리는 거지. 여보야 어서 오고 은하은하 어서 오세요.
It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
And whine.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only
내
one that can
자신을
make that happen.
믿고 나가보자고. 몸을 끌어 나간다.
You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each.
We're so close.
thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
와, 정말 간대하시네요. 여기서 나가게 된다면 내가 당신을 죽인 걸 잊으신다니. 그리고 이제 내가 여기 나가면은 뭐 죽거나 공허에 갇히거나 모든 게 끝나겠지.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left.
으,
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over.
어떻게
There's
되는지
no
한번
use
보자고.
stalling.
문을 연다.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see... yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming. But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the
아,
world?
결국 또 이렇게 되는 거야?
We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
어? 뭐야, 이게 끝이야? 움푹 페인트 눈동자가 솟아오르며 당신을 바라보자 당신은 가슴이 한결 가벼워졌음을 느낀다.
I'm out. You actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Claire.
살인자라뇨.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I meant to be.
그게 어디지? 설마 공허인 건가? 아... 맙소사. 당신은 대답하지 못한다. 영원히. 이제 떠날 시간이다. 기억이
She's
되돌아온다.
gone. Where does she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
아, 또? 당연히 두렵겠지. 넌 이제 끝이야. 하지만 난 끝이 아니지. 괜찮을 거야. 날 믿어. 우리는 전에도 여기 왔었고 넌 그때도 두려워했어.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. You don't need to comfort him.
이건 끝이 아니야. 앞길에 뭐가 있든 괜찮을 거야.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. Whatever makes you...
거울에 다가간다. 당신은 거울에 다가간다. 거울에 비친 자신을 바라본다. 당신이 손을 뻗자 침묵이 내린다. 이번에도 모두들 사라졌다. 거울이 매번 모두를 사라지게 만든다. 하지만 당신은 거울에 무엇이 있는지 확인해야 한다. 당신은 성장했다. 내가 성장한 거야? 당신은 또다시 정막에 와 있다. 오두막에 간다. 당신은 오두막에 있다. 그녀에게
When
다가간다.
I found you in the long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had decided to let me wither? But your commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete.
아, 대체 이 녀석을 어떻게 없애야 되는 거야?
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once
또
again.
내 기억을 지운다고? 넌 저번과 같은 존재야? 얼마나 변화했어?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
이렇게 변하는 기분이 어때?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
이 모든 게 끝나면 뭘 하고 싶어?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
이 모든 일이 끝나면 내가 널 죽일 거라는 건 알고 있어?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together.
모든 것이 끝날
and find
때쯤에
new
날 죽일
horizons to
거는
discover.
자기가 될지도 모른다고? 와우. 보이지 않는 벽이 날 가로막았어. 왜 이전과 똑같은 선택을 할 수 없지?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
하. 왜 스포츠를 공격한다고? 난 널 해치고 싶지 않아. 하지만 여정을 계속할수록 자꾸만 널 해치게 돼.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side.
난 내가 만났던 자들 중 나를 가장 친절하게 대해줬어. 고마워.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
다음엔 어떤 그릇을 원하지?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
와, 진짜 이거 계속 근데 이 그릇이 공주인 것 같은데 공주를 죽이거나 해가지고 계속 이 몸을 차지하는 건가 봐. 그러고 나서 결국엔 그 끝에 엔딩이 있는 것 같아. 그릇을 얼마나 더 가져와야 해?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
그럼 어떤 방향으로 성장하고 싶은지에 대해 딱히 원하는 게 없는 거야?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
이 그릇에 대해 어떻게 생각해?
This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart. Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
집합체를 공격한다. 당신의 의지가 집합체를 공격하려 하지만 아무 일도 일어나지 않는다.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
뭐야, 우리가 사실은 같은 존재라는 건가? 스스로의 몸을 파괴한다? 당신은 스스로의 삶을 끝내려는 의지를 끌어올린다. 그러나 당신은 아무것도 느끼지 못한다. 수많은 손들 중 하나가 당신에게 뻗어와 부드럽게 당신의 옆 얼굴을 어루만진다.
There's nowhere for you to be, but
돌아갈 준비가 됐어.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
모든 것을 얻어지고 당신은 죽는다. 공주와 영웅. 다시 또 무한 반복이야. 이게 챕터 1이랑 2밖에
You're on
없는
a
건가?
path in the woods.
아 그래,
And
그만
at the
좀
end of
말해.
that
그
path
오두막에
is a
지하실에
cabin
공주가
you're here
있겠죠.
to
아.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up a warning. She will lie. She will cheat.
오두막에 들어간다. 공주를 죽이지 않는
The
방법은
interior
없는
of the
거야?
cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and the blade is your implement. You'll need it.
그래, 일단 당근만 가져갈 거야.
You take the blade. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing us her voice.
Who's there?
She said, "Don't let it."
저예요. 안녕, 널 죽이러 왔는데.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
잘하는 짓입니다.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes. She's so focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
나 아직 결정하지 않았어.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us...
Look how reasonable she's being. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we
근데
want to do.
그냥 칼 놓고 얘기해.
The blade tumbled.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to... We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
어떻게 해야 널 여기서 나가게 할 수 있어?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key. Well, we can always put...
Her sharp eyes. She isn't suggesting she is.
그 뭐야, 관계 지금 날 욕하는 거야?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
이 선택지는 처음 해보는데?
Do you?
들은 게 있어서 알지. 그가 믿을지는 다른 문제지만.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking. Too long.
Note the lack of detail.
이름이 뭐야?
She hesitates before
You can address me as your
Again,
이름이
she offers
뭐예요?
no specific.
전화번호 뭐예요? 다나 이제 충분해.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're...
널 여기 좀 더 가둬둘 거야. 어떻게 할지 결정하기 전까지.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of... And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to
You have to make a...
선택은 이미 내렸어. 지하실에 가둬둘 거야.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one...
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Yo.
Slip these chains.
She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here.
그냥 거기
Do you hear the
살아.
conviction in her voice?
어차피 죽거나 나가거나
don't
똑같아. 그냥
think
거기
she's
살아.
Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she?
아예 뭐 아니 공주를 가두는 계획을
It'll
유지할
be the
거야.
death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
저는
You close
공주를
the basement door,
놔둘
locking it
겁니다.
behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
뭐야 기어 올라왔어?
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. Oh, it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my...
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the
와우.
princess you saw and more
정말
like
공주가
something out of a
맞긴 해?
nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece.
하지만 나갈 수 없으니까 저기 갇혀 있는 거 아니야?
You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
아 얼마든지 위협해봐. 내 죄책감만 덜해질 뿐이야. 그러니까 전부 연기였던 거지. 넌 연약하지도 결백하지도 않아. 하물며 공주는 더욱 아니지. 넌 괴물이야. 그냥 무시하고 잠을 청한다.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped,
와우.
and the door to the basement is ajar. Where is she?
아우!
Helping me get out of that awful basement.
아니 근데 진작에 나갈 수 있으면 네가 나가지 왜 이게 내가 올 때까지 그러고 있었어.
You
오 마이
try and
갓.
stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops
결국 또
working.
죽는 엔딩이군.
It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one
맙소사.
silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
죄송해요 오지 마세요.
What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here.
거짓말.
Such wonderful things together.
거짓말 너 날 죽였을 거야.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your
결국
chest.
죽는 건가?
You have
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
저한테 왜 그러세요?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark. And you
젠장
die.
또 죽었어. 챕터 2 악몽.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay.
아이고 아니 난 죽었을 텐데 내가 왜 여기 있지?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And if he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
편집장 목소리.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save
세상을
after all.
구하고 싶지 않은 걸.
A warning. She will lie.
일단
I think it
가봅시다.
doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table
knocked on its side in the corner of the room. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
그러니까 문 부서졌는데 공주가 문 부숴버린 거
It's just
아님?
an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
편집증 진짜 개. 이거 뭐야 이거 뭐야
I'm going to
이거?
need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
여기 창문에 봐봐. 누가 나를 지켜보고 있어. 이게 편집증인가?
So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
오케이. 사슬로
Should
들어간다.
have taken the knife again. I don't think she's going to take an olive branch. We need something sharper.
뭔 상관이야. 어쨌든 공주는 칼이 있던지 없던지 공주는 개쎄거든요.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps,
이거
suspended in
눈동자 아니야?
darkness.
눈 깜빡깜빡거리는데?
Your eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough.
오케이. 그녀와 대화해보겠어. 개근 필요 없어. 난 공주를 죽일 거야. 해설자는 내가 할 수 있다고 하는데 왜 다들 비관적으로 걷는지 모르겠어. 그녀와
Didn't you hear
대화해보겠어.
my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on
공주가 나랑 대화하기 싫어할 것 같긴
You
한데.
make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways.
결국 난
What
또
seems
여기서
to be the
죽게
end of
될
the
거야.
room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
젠장 왼쪽이냐 오른쪽이냐 모르겠다. 우리 하카펠 어서 은하. 이거 공주를 죽여야만 진행되는 게임입니다. 오케이. 공주를 죽여라.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
내가 이 세계를 구할 수 있을까? 나는 계속 죽어서 회개할 뿐인데.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
은하님 인성에 딱 맞는 게임이라니 그게 무슨 소리니?
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
핑크 드래곤 사전에 회개랑 없다. 그게 무슨 소리니?
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
오케이.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter. Because
Oh.
either way you go,
왜?
I'm going to find you.
그래. 오케이. 왔던 길로 돌아간다.
You turn back to the stairs, only to find that they aren't
젠장.
there. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you
오.
are. I told you I was going to
저게
find
뭐야?
you.
저게 뭐야? 저게 뭐야? 공주 왜 저렇게 생겼어? 애가 흑화 있어.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow.
This is it, isn't it?
No one left this time. It's almost like you want me to get you.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think!
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs. Your lungs
Oh,
pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
Liver.
What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then explosion stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want?
무서워 진짜.
Don't interrupt me some more. You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs.
아 그놈의 심장 간 신경 심장.
Again,
와,
your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Liver.
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here is nowhere to be seen. That isn't my fault. Doesn't matter whose fault
개무섭다
it is
진짜.
because
공주 왜
fighting
이렇게
her
무섭냐.
isn't an option right now.
Liver. Nerves.
Then you should get looking, shouldn't you?
Liver.
왜 나 바로 죽이지 않는 거지?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, you're back. Lungs, liver,
One moment, and then you're gone. Just like that. Ah, and there's the fear.
네 얼굴을 봐. 네 얼굴을 왜? 그렇게 생겼는데 내가 안 무섭겠냐고. 진짜 개무서워.
She pulls away.
Lungs.
But
Liver.
that wouldn't be very fun, now would it?
Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs.
지난번에 네가 날 죽이고 난 이후 무슨 일이
I
있었지?
tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then...
Liver. Nerves. Heart.
Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can move without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever.
Liver. Nerves. Heart. Liver. Nerves. Heart.
야, 내가 필요하다면서 왜 계단에서 날 위협한 거야? 왜 친절하게 대하지 않은
I
거야?
am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
Nerves. Heart. Lungs.
젠장.
And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs.
난 네가 세상을 파괴하는 것을 막으라는 말이 들었어. 그냥 내보내줄 수 없어.
I know. You told me last time.
Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves.
정신 나갈 것 같아.
Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. 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 Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. 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 Nerves.
알려줘.
Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves.
Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it. So sudden, so violent, so little nuance.
Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs.
진짜 개무서워.
I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it. I'm going to make it afraid, just like I've made you afraid. The world needs fear, doesn't it? Every terror I bring would make the good times so much better. Well, I'm practically doing a public good. So what harm is there really in letting me out?
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
내게 했던 짓을 다른 사람에게도 한다면 모두 죽을 거야. 오
Well,
씨.
eventually, they're all full of wet, writhing things, and in the end, each and every one of them gets unwound. And then those things get to become a new everybody. Just all I want is to be there for it. I want to watch it happen, and maybe do a little unwinding myself. Is that really so much to ask?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
널 내보내준 다음에는 각자 갈 길 가는 거야?
No, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A
미친
little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
미쳐버린 것이네.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
네 근처에 있으면 고통스러워. 같이 지낼 생각 없어.
Oh, we both know that you don't have a say here, so you should just look on the bright side. I'm not sure what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
나와 협력하고 싶다면 최소한 내 장기들을 멈추는 것만이라도 그만둬주겠어?
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
우린 적이 될 필요 없어. 우린 협력할 수 있어. 어떤 친구가 될 수 있을지도 몰라.
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
널 내보내주는 것을 거부한다면 어떻게 할 거지?
We're stuck down here together until you change your mind.
Static, and a skipped beat as she touches your shoulder and whispers in your ear.
나 또 죽어? 나 또 죽어?
No! Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
죽이는 게 답이긴 하네.
공주야! 죽어! 죽어!
Or until your heart finally gives out. And then, when you die, I'll find myself somewhere new. And before too long, you'll be there too. That's how this all works, right? This doesn't end until you let me out. And a lot can happen before then. I'm sure I can get creative.
정말 미쳐버린 건가?
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs,
넌
liver.
미쳤어.
Like I said, I am what I am. And right now, I'm in control. So, you might want to be a little nicer.
She raises one long gloved finger, its tip hovering just over your skin, seeming to enjoy the lingering threat.
Lungs, liver,
But she
heart,
후.
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
아 잠깐만 이거 세이브 좀 해볼까요?
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
이거 지금 선택지 선택하기 전에
nerves, heart, lungs,
이거 함께 떠난다 선택지가 있거든? 도망간다 선택지랑 네, 이런 것들을 한 번씩 보면 어떨까 싶어서
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
내가 널 죽인다면 어때?
Oh, that's adorable. You don't have anything that can hurt me. So do your worst.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
남자 목소리 심장, 폐, 간, 장기 순서대로 얘기하는 거 싫어하냐? 계속 그렇게 얘기하고 있어.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
내 장기들이 제대로 작동해야 되니까.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
좋아.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
후.
nerves, heart, lungs.
그렇다면 스스로 목숨을
And
끊겠어.
then we'll wind up right back where we started. Round and round we'll go. I wonder what will be different next time. Maybe you'll actually be able to move a limb. Who knows? But I'm always going
아,
to
그
win.
얼굴 좀 들이밀지 말라니까.
Heart, lungs, liver,
아,
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
그래.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
그럴 거라 생각해? 어차피 결국엔 내가 이기게 되어 있어. 게다가 넌 나처럼 되살아나진 못할지도 몰라.
Is that a bet you're willing to take? Imagine climbing a mountain of lifetimes. And when you finally reach the summit, when you finally win, the only view you find is me. And then I push you. And you go tumbling all the way down those millions upon millions of battered and broken pieces of you that couldn't make the cut.
lungs, liver,
What then?
heart,
Would you have it in you to climb again? It sounds like a lot of effort for nothing. When instead we can just leave this place together. Hand in hand.
No.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Phew.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
그렇다는 건 너도 죽을 수 있다는 거야?
Princess cocks her head, neck cracking uncomfortably, and you can't help but imagine a smile carve its way.
Of course I can die. I'm dying all the time. And so are you. But we're both still here. And you can't make me go away.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
자, 이제 그럼 여기 선택지가 있죠. 도망간다. 악몽과 함께 남는다. 와, 같이 여기서 나가자. 라는 선택지가 있는데 저는 이거를 세이브를 해둘게요. 여기 두 번째 칸에 이 선택지를 넣어두겠습니다. 악몽과 함께 남는다.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am. And you're always going to be a coward.
Lungs, liver.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down.
와우.
You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone.
공주는 평생 여기서 갇혀서
And then it's
80년을
there again.
살다가 죽고 80년을 살다가 죽고 계속 다시 태어난 거야?
Let me out.
A reprieve, a good life, love, children, a steady career, recognition from your peers. Here one moment, gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely
불쌍해.
again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
얘는 평생 여기서 살아야 되는 거야?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
You can't keep going. Well, what are you talking about?
그러나 그는 대답하지 않는다.
Oops. I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
당신의 육신은 죽는다. 그러나 당신은 살아간다. 헉! 뭐야? 챕터 3 이거 뭐야? 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 뭔데? 깨달음의 순간? 이거 이런 거 처음 보는데?
You're on a path in the... Shit. What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
챕터 3는 처음 넘어가는 것 같은데? 뭐지?
There was a princess, I think. It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember. You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I...
배경도
You've already been
달라졌어요.
here, haven't you? I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
뭐야?
We have to let her out.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her.
아니야, 우리는 근데 공주를 풀어줘야 되는 게 맞지 않을까? 평생을 계속 죽고 다시 저기서 갇히고 저기서 죽고 태어나고 무한반복 아니야? 그럴 거면 빨리 공주를 풀어주는 게 낫잖아.
Slay. We decided not to do that, didn't we?
이미 죽였잖아, 그리고.
Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of
예주의자 목소리?
anything.
No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think.
사원꾼의 목소리 이거 뭐야?
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your
지금
heart?
몇 개의 목소리가 있는 거야? 아까까지만 해도 3개의 목소리밖에 없었잖아요. 근데 지금 와 냉혈의 목소리 기회주의자 이거 다 몇 명이야 이게?
We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere. There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
그니까 근데 정신분열은 이미 온 거 같은데?
We love her, so we have to set her free. Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
와 홀린 자의 목소리까지
Why are
나와.
there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of
그러니까
us.
우리가 왜 이렇게 많아? 이렇게 많을 리가 없는데?
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
와 모두들 뭔가 잘못됐어.
Of course we're wrong. She's the only thing that's right. Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
여기서도 선택의 갈림길이 있네? 여기서 머무른다, 오두막에서 나간다. 이거는 세이브 해놔야지, 당연히. 이거는 세 번째 세이브를 해두겠습니다. 선택의 갈림길이 있네, 여기. 세이브 해놔. 좀 전에 네 질문으로 돌아가야지. 다들 여기에 몇 번이나 온 거야?
Many times. It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all. It doesn't matter. Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
맞아. 난 이때까지 루프 타면서 챕터 1이랑 챕터 2밖에 못 갔어. 근데 하지만 말이 안 되잖아. 난 루프가 2번밖에 기억나지 않아. 그리고 너희 중 몇몇은 여기에 왔던 기억 자체가 없는 것 같고 나도 여기 있었던 거야? 누군가가 나 대신 결정을 내린 거야?
What does here even mean if you really think about it? Shut up. You were here. Every single time. You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged. You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
기억이 안 나. 그러니까 내가 그랬을 리가 없어.
Don't think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to slay her. Maybe you're shattered in your own way. Are you your memories? Or are you the one perceiving the present moment? Ugh, here you go philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere.
여기는 뭐 절망밖에 안 남은 건가?
Yes, this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I? Who even cares?
와 뭐야 이거 내용이 어떻게 되는지 전혀 감이 안 잡히는데?
They're good questions, great questions even, but they don't have any answers. all just end in quivering torment. It doesn't matter what we do because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us. And then she smashes us into smaller pieces.
그러면 여기에 있는 애들은 지금까지 전부 공주를 죽이거나 공주한테 죽임을 당한 또 다른 나의 존재들인 건가?
If you all just stopped feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago.
Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in. Your only option is to silence them.
아... 오케이. 오두막에 가지 않는다면 어떻게 되는 거지 근데?
We've tried that.
이미 해봤고.
It doesn't work. Our hearts always brought us back to her.
The deck is stacked.
So many paths, and they're all circles.
넌 쟤들 말이 이해가 돼?
There's nothing worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
And yet, you aren't. We break apart, and you stay the same.
Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
너무 혼란스러워. 내가 공주를 죽일 수 있을지 모르겠어.
I don't care how you feel. You have to slay her. You have to pull yourself together. You have to snap out of it.
You're lucky you haven't been stuck here like the rest of them. There's no other way to keep going. You either need to forget, or you need to stop feeling much of anything. They can't do either.
He's not wrong. He's the only smart one left, if you ask me.
He's worse than her.
아, 나간다. 여기 머무른다. 선택지가 이거밖에 없어. 오케이. 자, 그러면 이거를 따로 이렇게 저장을 해두고 선택의 순간이야. 오두막에서 나가든지 여기서 나가는 유일한 방법은 아무것도 하지 않는 거야. 그러니까 아무것도 하지 않을 거야. 그대로 머무른다. 머무른다를 할까? 오두막에 간다를 해야 되는 걸까? 근데 어차피 이러나 저러나 다시 죽어서 돌아오는 건 똑같지 않을까요? 어쨌든 다시 내가 죽는 거는 왠지 매 한 가지일 것 같은데? 좋아. 그러면 한번 머물러 보자. 어떻게 되는지.
You do nothing. You can't just do nothing. You have to do something. That's a new one. Huh. Do you think it'll work?
아무도 시도하지 않은 거였나 봐. 그냥 머무른다는 거는.
No, nothing ever works.
Boo! You're the worst one.
He's not the one who got us into this mess.
At least I keep you breathing around her. See? That's why the sad one's the worst. The jumpy one tries.
Who cares? All of you just yap about nothing.
And that kind of attitude is why you're in the top half.
Great.
And that's why you're not the top.
I want to see what nothing does for us. And right now, all of you aren't letting nothing happen.
Hopefully this stuffs all the rest of them someplace quiet. You need me, and you need to not have them. He'll get you killed by himself. Oh, all of us have gotten all the rest of us killed at one point or another. That's hardly even a concern now. As the little voices bicker amongst themselves, you do your best to stay still in the woods. It is difficult, and the more time you spend waiting, the harder it will be to sharpen your focus when you need it. I wonder what we look like right now. Are we standing? Sitting? I like to think we have an air of dignity.
여기가 내 정신세계인 건가?
My point exactly.
여기서도 또 선택의 갈림길이 있잖아. 이런 첸장. 오두막에 간다. 계속해서 아무것도 하지 않는다.
You have already committed to my completion. you cannot go further astray.
오두막에 간다?
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an
다시
empty hill.
그러면 다시 또 시작하는 거 말고는 방법이 없는 건가?
No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there.
응? 뭐야, 오두막이 사라지고 있는 건가?
Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it.
아 맞아, 거울은 안 보인다 했거든.
Always lies.
해설자가 진짜 흑막인 건가?
And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do. She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
쟤네에게 힘을 쓰는 게 뭐 어때서? 목소리를 들어주는 게 도움이 된다면 쟤네에게 도움이 될 수도 있잖아.
They've been heard too much. It's why they are the way they are. Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving.
뭐지? 에이치. 아,
Or you could just give up.
오케이. 거울에 다가간다.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin.
해설자도 자기 자신이다 한 표. 그럴 수도 있지 않을까? 아니면 완전 다른 존재거나?
The cabin that isn't there.
You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
나아간다. 어디로?
Proceed. Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's another new one. How do you keep coming up with new things? I hope this works better
좋아.
than nothing
이번에야말로
did.
잘 되기를 빌어봅시다.
Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see?
We're one step closer to her.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure they're in. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge
근데
teasing
해설자가
through the
나는 너무
sediment.
수상해. 진짜 공주를 죽일 생각이었으면 본인이 죽여도 되잖아.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right.
Take it. It's the only way forward.
여기도 세이브 해놔야 되나? 일단 여기 세이브 해두자. 뭐 단검을 챙기다. 당신은 단검을 주어야 한다. 이거밖에 없잖아. 선택을 할 수가 없네? 왜 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야?
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep.
그러니까 주인공은 이미 정신적으로
Deep in the
몰린
bowels of
듯?
the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills
또
you with
공주가 있는데
dread.
저기?
It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching.
You really are a coward.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
마법사?
Joking when I said that way back when. You know that.
Closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
처음부터 못 본 게 아쉬워? 그러니까 좀 빨리 오지.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my will and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A witness. Oh, I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything.
정말 미쳐버린.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
뭐라도 하라고? 이거 선택지가 안 되는데요? 선택이 안 돼요, 이것들은. 당신은 물건이자 도구에 불과하다. 당신은 아주 오래전에는 다른 존재였다. 하지만 그건 정말 당신일까? 아니면 그저 해묵은 추억에 불과할까? 이곳에 다른 결말은 존재하지 않는다. 손을 잡고 공주를 해방해라.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
지친 공주는 몸을 웅크린다.
Why is it so cold?
아우, 또 저런 결말인 거야? 당신은 대답하지 못한다, 영원히. 이제 떠날 시간이다. 기억이 되돌아온다.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here.
뭐 어디 간 거지 근데 공주는? 은하도 저렇게 생겼나요? 은하는 저것보다 더 예쁘지 이 새끼야.
Finally, we can smash it. Oh, will you stop with the smashing? What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look
Okay.
at ourselves.
너도 저렇게 만들어줘? 너네도 저렇게 만들어줄까?
Yeah. I think I'd like that. Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
아, 결국 또 다시 시작인 건가? 거울을 보고 거울에 다가간다. 당신은 다시 한번 거울을 향해 걸어간다. 그곳의 비밀과 수수께끼는 아직 풀리지 않았다.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels...
I'm ready.
The fear's gone.
이거 나의 마지막인가?
I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end.
그치? 이 게임은 언젠간 끝날 운명이었다고.
I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth.
나도 이 게임의 진실을 드디어 밝혀내는 건가?
I'm ready to sleep.
드디어 엔딩인 것인가?
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
거울에 비친 자신을 바라본다. 당신이 손을 뻗자 침묵이 내린다. 이번에도 모두들 사라졌다. 거울이 매번 모두를 사라지게 만든다. 하지만 당신은 거울에 무엇이 있는지 확인해야 한다. 당신은 수척해졌다. 당신은 또다시 정막에 와 있다. 오두막에 간다. 당신은 오두막에 있다. 그러니까 어디까지 망상이고 어디까지가 현실인지, 아니면 이 모든 게 나의 망상이었던 것일까? 하지만 공주도 나도 다 존재하는 그런 것이잖아. 그녀에게 다가간다.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
너는 모순이 아니야. 모순은 존재하지 않아.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
와, 씨, 이거 계속 무한 반복인 건가? 어떻게 모순으로 존재할 수 있다는 거야?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit.
아무리 다시 돌아가도 우리들은 매번 서로를 다치게 해. 그 사실이 널 변화시키진 않아? 더 나쁘게 만들지 않아?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse?
공주가
You resent
불쌍해
me.
그냥. 사실 오히려 널 더 좋아하게 만들어. 그게 무슨 뜻인지 모르겠어.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
아, 여전히 나는 이 모든 일이 끝났을 때 널 죽일 생각이야.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
이 그릇에 대해 어떻게 생각해?
This one is filled with sadness. A doll, abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship, but the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
우리가 한 세계를 두고 떠날 때 그 세계는 어떻게 되는 거야?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
야, 근데 그냥 한 스테이지가 끝나는 순간에 그러니까 이 이야기들은 사라지고 다시 새로운 이야기가 탄생되고, 그리고 얘는 그 죽은 공주들의 몸을 계속 흡수하면서 성장해 나가고 있다는 거잖아. 그러면 모든 공주를 다 죽여야만 이게 진짜 진정한 엔딩이 나온다는 건가? 어째서 근데 공주를 죽이는 선택지밖에 없는 걸까? 살리는 선택지가 하나도 없어. 그릇을 얼마나 더 가져와야 해?
We will know when we near our destination.
모든 일이 끝났을 때 뭘 하고 싶은지 정했어?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
내가 다음에 어떤 그릇을 가져올지는 여전히 신경 쓰지 않는 거야?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
그럼 어떤 방향으로 성장하고 싶은지에 대해 딱히 원하는 게 없어?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
돌아갈 준비가 됐어.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
또 죽어! 또 죽었어. 현장? 또 죽어버렸다.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path
은하가
is a
찍혀.
cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't,
이게
it will
근데
be the end of the world.
아까 세이브 했던 것들 있잖아. 여기 선택지에서 뭔가 달라지는 건 없지 않을까 근데? 여기 선택지에서 뭔가 달라진 게 있을까요? 가만히 있는다, 오두막으로 나간다, 뭐 얘 손을 야 너 내가 시킨 대로 나랑 같이 밖으로 나가자 이런 거 있었잖아. 이런 류는 로드를 하면은 기껏 들었던 루트가 사라져 버린다고? 그런가? 근데 궁금하지 않아요? 보러 갈까? 그래서 이거 선택해놨잖아. 그니까 여기 가서 볼까? 세이브를 덮어쓰게 합니까? 아니요. 불러오기. 지금 아까 전에 여기 저장해둔 거거든? 다른 선택지랑 한번 볼까? 여기 선택지? 잠깐만요. 화장실 좀 다녀올게요. 갔다 왔어요. 그러면 아까 전에 저장했던 이 선택지를 다시 볼까?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
예전에 그 악몽과 한 개 남는다 있었잖아. 도망간다라는 선택지 한번 해볼까요?
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
You turn and run, doing your best to put one useless leg in front of the other.
Lungs, liver,
You poor, poor
lungs,
thing.
liver, nerves.
Wrong choice.
잘못
You
골랐대.
get nowhere before the princess is in front of you once again.
You're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your... No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by
이거
itself,
아까랑 똑같은 것 같은데?
weeping. It lives...
여기는 아까랑 똑같은 것 같아요. 그럼 공주 손을 잡고 나가야 되는 건가? 어라 잘못했다. 블로그에서 써야 됐는데.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
괜찮아요. 이런 일에 대비해서 아까 앞에 하나 더 했거든요.
nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
좋아, 같이 여길 나간다.
liver,
What?
nerves,
No!
You come around. Oh, this is going to be so fun.
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving, and,
Do you think you can just wrest control away from us? This body's barely functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster?
shit.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
Come along now. You don't want to be stuck down here.
The princess glides onto the stairs and beckons you to follow. If only you had a weapon, this would be the perfect opportunity to use it. But we don't. We've already made our choice.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
We can still grab it on the way out. You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the suggestions for the time being. Just focus on keeping us alive. Right.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
공주를 따라 계단을 오른다.
You step onto the basement stairs, following the princess as she ascends. Pins and needles punctuate your every step, an uncomfortable and constant reminder of your mortality. Is this really worth it?
liver,
At least it's a choice. That doesn't justify anything. A terrible choice is still terrible.
nerves, heart,
Make sure you keep up. We wouldn't want you to fall.
nerves,
As if
Okay.
acting on instinct, you crane your neck and look behind you. There is nothing there.
heart, lungs,
The princess reaches the top of the stairs and taps on the door.
lungs,
Her head twists back in your direction, watching you with dead
목을
eyes as the way
메꿨어.
out.
개무서워 진짜.
Don't forget that your pristine blade is still on the other side. You can still make this right. You can still save everyone. You can still save yourself from becoming her tormented pet. There's no harm in us having a weapon. All it does is give us more options, and we are dangerously low on those right now. Have you considered that maybe you could operate the autonomic nervous system for a bit? Everyone is trying to manipulate us, and I can only do so many things at once to keep us alive.
버그 그래서 우린 은하도 못 믿음. 너 나가.
Heart. Liver? Your body seizes violently as you regain consciousness on the floor of the cabin. No! You're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to do it like this. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. I guess I have to do everything around here, don't I?
heart, lungs, liver,
핫, 룽, 레버.
heart,
There we go. Back with me where you belong. I thought you might have decided to break yourself just to spite me. It's better for you that you didn't. Now we can get back to business. For starters, we won't need this where we're going.
칼 던져버리는 거 아님?
The princess picks the blade from the floor and tosses it through the door behind you. It vanishes into the inky black of the basement, never to be seen again.
칼 없어졌어. 이제 방법이
Guess we're
없군.
not stabbing her in the back.
등뒤를 찌를 수 없어요. 이미 1회차에 찔러봤거든요.
I guess not. I'm going to fix myself a stiff drink. If I'm about to watch you hand the world to her on a silver platter, I'd rather not be sober.
무서워. 나도 무서워.
And now you open the door.
Okay, open the door.
There's nothing else for us to do.
밖으로 나간다. 이 선택지밖에 없다 이제는. 공주는 정상인데 알고 보니 목소리가 공주를 괴물로 보는 거임. 그럴 수도 있지.
The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond the cabin. You bastard. You've actually done it. You've actually doomed everyone.
와, 근데 문이 열리니까 숲길이 나타난다고? 이때까지 숲이 한 번도 나온 적이 없었잖아.
It's so beautiful. I can't wait to ruin it. But it's so cold, too. It's itching against my skin.
지친 공주는 바닥에 털썩 앉는다.
Why is it so cold?
이런 또? 당신은 대답하지 못한다. 여왕 언니, 이제 떠날 시간이다. 여기 되돌아온다.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
강한의 추록같지. 넌 이제 끝이야. 하지만 난 끝이 아니지.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Can't even trust ourselves.
거울에 다가간다. 거울에 비친 자신을 바라본다. 나는 또다시 정막에 와 있다. 당신은 오두막에 있다. 그녀에게 다가간다.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing
약간
and
대사가
flowing, and
똑같네요.
all of me is changing.
결과값은 똑같네. 내가 뭘 해도 공주는 이 존재한테 잡아 먹힐 운명인 거네.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
이런.
You're on a path in the
결국 이렇게
woods.
다시 돌아오게
And at the end
되네요.
of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin
결국에는
is a
공주를
princess.
죽이든지 살리든지 결과값은 결국 똑같은 거야.
You're here to slay her. If you don't,
공주를
It will be
죽여도
the
죽이지
end
않아도
of the
세상은
world.
멸망하는 건 똑같잖아. 정말이지.
seriously? You're just going to turn around?
난 세상이 끝장내도 상관없어. 우리의 것이 아닌 새로운 세상을 기꺼이 받아들이겠어. 당장 반대 방향으로 걸어갈 거야.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing. Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
이 게임 엔딩 없는 거 아니죠? 모르겠어요. 나도 그거를.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time.
조용히 돌아선다.
Your silence is deafening. But fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again.
또
Now, I'm
오두막이야?
not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation
온
with the
우주가 나와
princess.
공주의 운명적인 맞대면을 원한다고? 정말이지. 아 그래? 그럼 다시 다른 방향으로 가지 뭐. 이곳에서 나갈 방법을 찾을 때까지 숲속을 헤맬
There's
거야.
always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses, but as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers
이게 뭐야? 이
weren't
수많은
just a
오두막들
trick
뭐야?
of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just
이게
a
뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 이게
The
뭐야?
an infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw
오두막이
you back
끝없이
to where
분열을
you need
한다고?
to be.
플라나리아인가요? 뭐 끝없이 분열을 해.
Right. What's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you?
뭐
It doesn't matter how many
자웅동체야?
paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
챕터 2? 낯선 존재? 이렇게 다른 이야기로 넘어갈 수 있는
You're
거야?
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of...
선택지가 있어. 여기도 조용히 오두막으로 간다. 오두막으로 달아날 수 없다면 그냥 여기 머물겠어. 영원히 숲속에 머무른다. 이거 선택지가 있네요. 얘도. 와, 세이브 해놓고 거짓말. 뭐 알았어. 이제 진짜로 오두막에 가서 공주를
You know I can
죽일게.
tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie. If we're stuck, ignore him. Let's...
아, 이렇게 오두막으로 들어가는구나. 이거는 거짓말을 하면 오두막에 들어가게 되는군요. 그러면 저에게는 블로기가 있습니다. 블로기를 해서 영원히 숲에 머무른다. 영원히.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
엥? 이게 뭐야? 저번엔 저 벽은 없었는데? 날 강제로 오두막에 데려갈 생각은 하지
What
마.
are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can... If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
정말이지.
Last I checked, if he doesn't remember what happened, I don't know. I think it's more. He might have walled. If my room.
방법이 없는 건가? 오케이. 그냥 우드막에 갈게.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
좋아, 오두막에 들어가 보자.
The cabin interior
뭐야?
is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are
뭔가
never quite
오두막이
visible
이상한데?
enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to
그러니까
expect.
진짜
and no
애초에 세계를
idea what we're
멸망시킬
dealing with.
괴물한테 저 단검이 소용이
I've
있냐니까.
already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward? You can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong.
맞아, 여기 있는 거 한참 뭔가 다 잘못됐어.
Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job. So you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
오케이. 자, 이제 여기 선택지를 다시 저장을 해봐야겠지, 그러면? 결국 이거는 똑같으니까 뭐 하나마나 한 느낌? 여기 세이브를 넣어놔야겠다. 단검을 가져가야 될까 말아야 될까? 벽에 걸린 거울에 대해서는 말하지 않았잖아. 에이, 저 해봤자 똑같지 않나? 사슬에 들어간다?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. And if the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
약간 얘도 공주도 점점 약간 정신분열 일어나는 것 같은데?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels
맞아,
wrong. This
우리가 뭘
feels like a
하든지
trap.
죽게 될 것 같아.
We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
여기서 또 선택지가 이렇게 나오다니. 근데 사실 뭘 하든 똑같을 것 같긴 하지만 그럼에도 이번에도 세이브를 한번 해보겠습니다. 오케이. 중앙 계단 가보자.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one
계단이
careful,
점점
focused
늘어나는데?
step after another. One foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
뭐야 이게?
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and
자기
emotions
자신을
of the
점점
journey,
잃어가는 건가?
a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
뭐야?
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
뭐야?
I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
그러니까 막 스케치가 사라지고 있어. 방한신 주제의 상식적인 건 분석하지 마라.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems...
탐색. 미안, 내가 여기 있었는지
And yet
몰랐어.
here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know...
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so... blank. I have no idea who she is. Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for us to take apart. If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's
그러니까
almost
이거
as if she
완전
fractures.
분열하잖아. 이거 뭐 자아
Where there was
분열이야?
once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. Ooh, new plan! Let's see if we can make even more of her.
맙소사. 네가 늘어났는데?
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again.
와, 또 분열했어.
I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
얘 뭐야, 공지를 풀어준다? 네 정체는 모르지만 널 믿을 수 없어. 공주를 지하실에 놔둔다. 이거 한 번에 왜 이게 이런 일이 일어나는 거야? 한 번에 이런 선택지가 나온다고? 이름이 뭐지?
Princess. You can call me Princess if you'd like. You can address me as Your Royal Highness or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
선택지가 다 다른 것 같은데?
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
이곳으로 내려오는 길은 이상했어. 마치 내가 찢어졌다가 다시 붙은 느낌이야. 내게 무슨 일이 있었던 건지 알아?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
내가 알기로 넌 이유가 있어서 갇힌 거야. 그 이유를 알고
Is this a
있어?
quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
그러니까 공주 일러스트들도 다 달라.
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell,
그래,
and it's
맞아.
only
여기 안
getting
그래도
worse.
지옥인데. 아, 마이 갓. 널 풀어주겠어. 공주를 풀어준다. 네 정체를 모르지만 널 믿을 수는 없어. 공주를 지하실에 놔둔다. 단검을 가져온다. 널 풀어주겠어. 그냥 전부 다 해봐.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit.
와, 이게 뭐야? 진짜 홈파망이다.
Spaces they don't belong, and it's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
완전 그러니까 토미 아니야?
Surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
아우, 괜찮을 거야. 최선을 다해볼게. 널 고치면 안 될 것 같은데? 네가 모든 것을 파괴했잖아. 난 널 고쳐주지 않겠어. 이런. 또 사라진 거야? 하지만 그는 당신의 대답을 듣지 못할 것이다. 그녀는 사라졌다. 기억이
She's
되돌아온다.
gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here?
아, 맙소사. 이번에도 모든 게 사라졌어. 당신은 해체되었다? 나는 해체되었다고? 내가? 당신은 또다시 정막에 와있다. 아...
There's a world
무한
beyond the
반복이네.
endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
아... 이게 대체 그런 수사적인 질문이야. 넌 이미 알고 있는 거야?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
나무들과 별 그리고 사람들이 있겠지. 적어도 사람들은 있을 거야.
There's a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
야, 진짜 더 바깥에 실존하는 게 있을까? 넌 우리가 실제로 존재하다고 생각해?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
아... 네가 날 돌려보낼 때마다 난 혼자가 아니야. 내게 말을 거는 목소리들이 있어. 일부는 나지만 그중 한 명은 뭔가 다른 존재야. 난 그를 해술자라고 불러. 그는 내가 널 죽이기를 원해. 내게도 해술자가 있어? 그릇들에게도 해술자가 있는 거야?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
이거는 진짜 몇 번을 해도 계속 공주가 죽는 것밖에 없는 건가? 음. 그리고 그를 찾게 되면 너와 난 진실을 알게 되겠지.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves. One, whatever you bring me next will be enough.
내가 다음에
And then
가지고
gravity will
오는
pull the
그릇이
others back to
마지막이래.
me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
이번이 마지막이라면 혹시 내가 가져다 줬으면 하는 그릇이 있어?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
와, 네가 완성되기 전에 이번이 마지막이라면 난 돌아가지 않겠어. 그냥 여기 있을 거야.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
영원히 기다릴 순 없어. 돌아갈 준비가 됐어.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
결국 나는 또다시 돌아가게 되었다.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her. Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is
조용히 오두막으로 간다.
You make your way up the short. A warning. She will lie. She will.
이 이야기의 끝에서 나는
The
공주를
interior of the
어떻게 해야
cabin is
될까?
almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The blade is your implement.
아, 나는 그냥 지하실로 들어갈 거야.
The door to the basement creaks open, her voice soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you.
구해주러
How
왔어.
many times do I have to tell you how dangerous?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
한번 해보지. 족쇄를 살펴본다. 뭐야, 그 전에 잠깐 이야기 좀 하자.
Okay.
새로운 선택지 같은 이야기가 있네. 사람을 본 게 정말 오랜만이라고 했는데 그동안 뭘 먹고 살아온 거지? 마실 것은?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
그니까 근데 일단 살려면 먹긴 해야 될 거 아니야. 내 도움으로 밖에 나간다면 뭘 할 거야?
The princess hesitates, but she doesn't know. She knows what.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
아, 이거 선택지, 이거 족쇄를 살펴본다. 아무 말 없이 올라가서 단검을 가져온다. 나 이것도 궁금한데? 널 이런 식으로 가두다니 당장 꺼내줄게.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the... They're large and heavy, far too solid for...
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess...
위로 올라가 보자. 여기 어딘가에 열쇠가 있을지도 몰라. 만약 없다 해도 족쇄를 부술 만한 걸 찾을 수 있겠지.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door...
또 문
Someone else
잠겼어?
here.
문을
You
열어.
try the door, but it's locked. Your shouts and you're here to slay the prince. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for who? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam.
There's a slight panic, right?
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could...
She barely hesitates before raising her...
저 양반 또 뜯네? 이거 일단 이거를 다시 잘못했다. 어떡해. 못됐다. 큰일 났네.
As she rips her flesh, it's the blade from upstairs. Or you won't... Fine. Against you cut. The blade is
이거
sharp,
선택지
and it takes little
똑같아요.
her limb. She did know. She smiles. How would...
Thank you.
선택지
We
똑같은.
won't as the princess... Wait. This is... Watch me.
What are you doing?
공주를 죽인다. 경고한다? 선택지가 달라졌네?
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't...
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of... The
저항한다.
blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture.
근데 나 해설자가
The two of you
나쁜 놈
have literally
같아.
doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
궁즈가 날 죽였어?
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you...
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this. Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently,
결국
I
이렇게
can't
되는
deny
건가?
the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
소공녀 챕터 2. 이건 완전 다른 루트네?
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
완전 스토리가 달라졌어 갑자기.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You have already committed to my complete...
이런.
warning before you go any further.
개발자도 이상한 내절이라는 게 느껴졌나 봐.
She will lie.
If only you knew what. Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
Last time? What are you talking about?
I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
나도 근데 배고프다. 저 이거 한다고 오늘 하루 종일 아무것도 안 먹었거든요? 너무 배고프네요.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its... The blade is your implement.
이놈의 단검. 단검을 가져가야 될까? 가져가지 말아야 될까? 엔딩이 어딘지 모르니 끊고 밥 먹기가 애매하네. 그니까. 지하실에 들어간다.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim
지하실이 날
firelight.
반겨?
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time.
얘는 완전
I
홀렸네.
think we're in love. Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
공주가
There's a
이때까지
heavy
중에서
chain
제일
around her wrist,
멀쩡하고
binding
이쁜데
her
옷도
to the
멀쩡한
far
거 입고
wall.
있어.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're
뭐 쟤는 그 앞에 1회차 때 그 일을 기억하는 건가?
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you?
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset.
Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been.
근데
I
진짜
shan't let anyone
공주는
convince us
사실
otherwise.
이용만
Are
당한
you
것
listening to
같은데?
him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
지난번에 날 죽였지? 엄청나게 아팠다고 왜 그랬어?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for if she made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
칼을 안 가져왔는데 또 잘라줘야 해?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
No, 별로 그러고 싶진 않아.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
내가 죽고 나서 무슨 일이 있었지?
You died, and now we're talking.
우리가 대화를 시작하기 전에 세상이 멸망했어. 네가 세상을 멸망시켰어?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
아니, 세상의 멸망을 원하지 않아.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure.
지난번에 있었던 일은 미안해. 널 죽이라고 날 보낸 해설자가 내 몸을 조종했어. 아주 불공평했지.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent.
근데 진짜 얘 왜
Almost
이렇게
unsettling
평화로워
extent,
보이냐?
actually. That's because she's perfect.
나는 얘 때문에 지금 리제로를 몇 번을 찍었는데 내가 뭐 스바루요? 에밀리아야 얘는? 힘들어 죽겠어 진짜.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
오케이, 공주를 구한다.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned.
근데 저렇게 빼내는 게 가능하면 진작에 그냥 본인이 저렇게 빼지. 왜 저거를 손모가지를 잘라가지고 저걸 빼냐고.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
뭘 하고 싶어?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before. I mean, you sort of did last time.
but this is different.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
난 네가 원하는 걸 알려주길 원해.
I just want to make you happy.
날 행복하게 해주고 싶다고?
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same.
뭔가 부금이 이상하게 바뀐 것 같은데? 뭔가 수상해. 저장해놔야겠어. 그러니까 부금이 갑자기 이상해지는 것 같은데? 하지만 뭐가 널
I just
행복하게
want to make
하는데?
you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
하지만 네 자신이 원하는 게 있어야지. 방금 만난 나한테 모든 행복을 맡기면 안 돼.
If that's what makes you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
뭔가 원하는 게 있을 거
I
아니야.
just want to make you happy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
뭐야? 뭐야? 당신은 그 질문에 대답하지 못한다. 영원히 이제 떠날 시간이다. 기억이 되돌아온다.
She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
오 마이 갓. 거울에 비친 자신을 바라본다. 당신은 아무것도 아니다? 하지만 아무것도 아닐 리가 없다. 당신은 다시 집중해서 본다. 그러자 보이기 시작한다. 거울에 비치는 것 바로 너머에 있는 희미하고 그림자에 가려진 무언가가. 넌 나야?
I think you know what I am.
거울의 한가운데 금이 가기 시작한다. 유리에 비친 모습이 둘로 갈라진다. 균열은 점점 더 뻗어나가다가 결국 깨진 유리 파편이 되어 흩어진다. 와... 네가 해설자군. 영영 못 보는 건가 생각하고 있었어.
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me.
와우. 이 조각이 부서질 때마다 아프지 않아?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
미안해. 널 파괴하고 싶지 않아. 내가 질문을 멈추면 되는 거야?
We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save.
난 널 여러 번 만났는데 그게 전부 너였던 거야?
I haven't, and that's by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead,
it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
뭐 하고 싶은 말이라도 있어? 네 오만함으로 불러온 이 엉망에 대해서 말이야.
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
뭐야 이거? 내 진짜 정체는 뭐야?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
창조한 신이라고? 역시 루프에 대해 알고 있었군. 너 수도 없이 만났는데 그때마다 넌 부정했어. 왜 내게 거짓말을 했어?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me, I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
와우. 공주는 무엇이지? 그녀도 네가 만든 존재야?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill.
와, 이거 뭐 엄청 많은데 선택지가? 우리 모두가 이곳을 떠나지 않는다면? 우린 여기 머물고 바깥 사람들은 그냥 살아가게 놔두면 안 돼?
Wouldn't work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave. And then everything would change. Everything would face oblivion. And until then, the clock ticks on.
난 신이 되고 싶지 않아. 난 나이고 싶어.
You are you. And if you would let everything work the way it was supposed to, you never would have woken up to the reality of your true nature. There's no accounting for free will.
네 시간이 다한 것 같군. 난 그녀를 죽이지 않을 거야. 네가 완전히 죽기 전에 알려주고 싶어.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god, even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away.
엿먹이는 특화 스트리머 은하지 뭔 소리야. 마지막 유리파편이 깨지자 당신은 새로운 깨달음을 얻는다. 해설자의 말대로 당신은 정막이다. 새로 태동하기 시작한 무한한의 신. 그리고 이제 깨어날 시간이다. 이 모든 것이 당신이다. 오두막으로 간다. 마지막으로 한 번 더. 당신은 모든 것을 심장부에 도착하지만 그곳에는 마지막 그릇이 없다. 아무것도 보이지 않는다. 와, 이렇게 세계가 멸망하는 거야? 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야?
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
나는 정막이야. 하지만 그게 무슨 의미인지 모르겠어.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
메아리에 대해 알아? 우리의 대화를 들었어?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
저는 공주는 이 주인공인 줄 알았는데 아무래도 아니었나 봐요. 그건 아무리 봐도 아니었었던 것 같아. 이제 무슨 일이 일어나지?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
아직 해결하지 못한 게 너무 많아. 이렇게 될 거라고 내가 말했잖아. 공주를 죽인다. 공주를 죽인다. 이제 우리가 이곳을 떠날 시간이야. 하지만 어디로 갈지 어떻게 할지 모르겠어.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
자신을 해방시킨다. 당신은 당신의 내면으로 떨어진다. 고대 생명체의 몸이 동면에서 깨어나고 당신은 한때 느끼지 못했던 팔다리의 감각을 느낀다. 그녀를 제외한 이곳의 모든 것이 당신이다. 당신은 우주적인 규모의 날개를 느낀다. 그러나 유한한 땅에 묶여 뒤틀리고 구겨져 있다. 당신은 구성체가 당신에게 좁혀오는 것을 느낀다. 당신의 무한한 몸을 유한하게 만들려 하고 있다. 당신은 저항한다. 그러나 밀어낼 수 없다. 공주의 손을 잡는다. 일순간 밀리지 않던 장벽이 한꺼번에 부서진다. 오, 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 당신은 자유롭다. 그녀도 함께한다.
It's magnificent.
이 절대적인 현실을 표현할 단어도 생각도 존재하지 않는다. 이제 무슨 일이 생기지?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
무한을 향해 발을 내딛는다. 당신과 그녀는 수천 번의 밤과 수천 번의 낮을 향해 걸어간다. 그 밤과 낮은 수천 번의 밤과 낮을 품고 있다. 당신은 존재한다. 그리고 이해한다. 지금까지 그래왔고 앞으로도 그럴 테다. 당신의 본질은 갈등을 품고 있지만 둘은 결코 떨어지지 않을 것이다. 두려움을 모른 채 살아갈 것이다. 당신과 공주는 마침내 집에 도착했다. 설마 이 더 프린세스 이게 엔딩 중에 하나인가 봐요. 재미있었습니다. 드디어 엔딩을 보는군요. 와, 이거 나 몇 시간 걸렸냐? 이거 엔딩 보는 것까지. 이 엔딩이 여러 개 있는 것 같더라고요. 약간 엔딩 중에 한 가지라고 하더라고요. 이 정도면 대작이냐고? 모르겠어. 플레이 해주셔서 감사합니다. 감사의 표시로 당신을 위한 음악 플레이리스트를 준비했어요. 스크린샷을 찍고 싶다면 H 눌러 UI를 숨기세요. 즐거웠습니다. 슬라이더 프린세스 엔딩 잘 봤고요. 여기까지 하겠습니다. 약간 개인적으로 되게 신선했다고 해야 될까? 이렇게 무한 반복 루트를 하는 게임들이 여러 가지 있긴 한데 얘는 그 중에서 좀 심한 것 같긴 해요. 계속 무한 엔딩을 반복해야 되니까 웬만하면은 이제 정신적으로 좀 덜 피곤할 때 하시는 걸 추천하겠습니다. 굉장히 피곤하네요. 게임이 좀 난해한 것도 있는 것 같고 이게 뭐가 뭔지 잘 모르겠는 느낌도 있긴 했어요. 근데 뭐 나쁘지 않았다. 근데 또 할 거냐라고 물어보면은 솔직히 잘은 모르겠어요. 솔직히 잘은 모르겠어. 뭔가 난해하다? 그래도 나름 재밌게 플레이를 했던 것 같습니다. 슬라이더 프린세스 여기까지. 에? 뭐야? 뭔데? 갑자기 저렇게 돼? 뭐야? 깜짝 놀랐네. 이게 뭐임? 뭐임 이거? 갑자기 개 놀랐네. 아니 이런 거 있다가 아무도 말 안 해줬잖아. 이거 뭐야? 네. 진짜 슬라이더 프린세스 진짜 여기까지 하겠습니다. 끝! 와리 끝! 재밌었습니다. 아우 힘들다. 나름 재밌었던 것 같습니다. 끝. 그러니까 스토리 생각보다 몰입이 잘 되는 것 같네요. 나름 재밌었던 것 같긴 해. 스토리가 되게 좀 난해하긴 한데 그래도 뭐 나름 재밌었던 것 같습니다. 솔직히 오늘 엔딩을 볼 수 있을지 걱정을 하긴 했는데 아무래도 오늘 주말이고 또 제가 일찍 켜가지고 끝까지 엔딩을 다 볼 수 있었던 것 같은. 아직도 엔딩이 납득이 되질 않습니다. 이게 납득이 되는 엔딩은 나도 아닌데 그냥 잘 모르겠어. 그냥 이 세계에 그 나는 신이고 나를 창조한 무언가가 있는데 그 창조한 무언가와 약간 대치되는 약간 무언가가 공주였지 않았을까? 그래서 나를 이용해서 죽이려고 했는데 자기 마음대로 안 된 거였고 그런 엔딩이었지 않았을까. 휴, 내가 술이 덜 깨가지고 이해 못한 줄 알았는데 어려운 게 맞구나. 좀 전체적으로 좀 난해한 느낌이긴 해. 아무튼 그래도 나름 재밌게 했습니다. 그럼 오늘 여기까지 하겠습니다. 방송은 여기까지 하고 이만 음박하겠습니다. 코믹스 호러가 설명이 불친절한 건 알겠는데 이건 정도가 심해. 뭐 약간 그런 거 있지. 이만 음박하겠습니다. 오늘은 여기까지. 오늘 하루 종일 아무것도 안 먹어서 배가 굉장히 고프거든요. 밥 먹고 싶어가지고 음박하겠습니다. 안녕. 정말이든 오늘 끝까지 봐줘서 너무너무 고맙고 내일은 몬스터 헌터를 들고 옵니다. 내일은 몬스터 헌터로 봅시다. 안녕. 음바 안녕. 즐거운 주말 보내세요. 안녕.